And we are live. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm finally back from my vacation, and it's the first stream of this year. Right now it's January the 3rd, 2024, and first stream will be to just like last year, actually. We're gonna review the year of 2023. I want to tier list all the games I played in 2023. 40 games, by the way. 40 games that we played last year. Not all of them on stream, though. Some of them I just enjoyed in my own time. We're gonna do this a little bit, well, pretty much the same as last year, to be honest. The difference is that we're gonna watch the trailers for most of these games. Not all of them, but most of them. And I'm gonna make a few passing comments on the trailers. That's really gonna help me also remember games that I played in like January last year. It's been a long time. It will refresh my memory a little bit about what the game looked like and give my impressions, and ultimately we're gonna rate them. So let's actually start us off with the first one. I just need to move to a different scene. I am gonna cut the sound for this. Let's go here. So the first one that we played was actually Anno 1800. Well, not necessarily the first one. I'm gonna go from A to Z, and I think it's kind of important also to explain how I'm gonna rate these games. We're gonna go from A to Z. Last time I kept them randomized. I don't really want to do that anymore. Let's just keep them A to Z. That allows us to talk about sequels to other games. That makes more sense. Yo, what up, Danger Paul? Yeah, Happy New Year. How are we gonna rate them? I want to talk a little bit, depending on the game, there's always going to be story. Some games are not going to have any relevance to the plot, like roguelite games. Some of them won't have really much of a story. But I want to talk about 5 things in the games. Story, the characters, the gameplay is going to be the main focus. That's going to take the most weight. Music is going to be basically one of 3 things. Either I loved it, was indifferent to it, or I just didn't like it. It's going to be just that, the kind of impressions. And I don't really care about graphics in games. I think that the only thing I'm going to mention is this like pixelated? Was this played on an emulator? Is this like a potato PC could run this? Or is this like aiming for realism, I guess? The main focus is going to be gameplay at the end of the day. So, let's jump to the first one, and alphabetically that will be Anno 1800. You're seeing my Run Bun series? Thanks. It's been a while since I went back to that game. Actually, once we get to Pokemon to the letter P, we're gonna talk about that. So, Anno 1800, let's take a look at the game itself. Oh, that is a little bit loud, no?
With my father's passing, the next chapter waits to be written. I want to leave my mark on the world.
Okay, this is not gameplay yet.
To explore the unknown.
Okay, there we go. This is a good spot. Oh, Danger Paul has become a bolt of lightning. Thank you for the follow. This is a good spot right here. This already shows you the very beginnings of a town. You got your... I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding some of these, but... You've got your little market where you have most of industry buildings need to connect to it. You've got your wheat, you've got your windmills. So this is basically a bread production here. You start building little towns. This is usually how the game starts. You start with a few little houses. You connect some roads to it, give hemp to make clothes, some cider for alcoholic drinks. And as people get happier and richer, they start having more requirements. Suddenly now they want bread, now they want actual beer. And once you go further, you start to need railways, and people want electricity and get more and more demanding, and you see your cities grow more and more. So this is a small little hub of how the game goes from the beginning to the later end, the end of the game. This is not gameplay.
I will reach out to nations near and far. Strike deals, form bonds, and trade.
Yes, this is another important point about the game. A lot about this game involves logistics and trade. And you will reach a point in the game where your base civilization has requirements from other lands that you cannot obtain normally. Thanks. Wish you the best as well. You're gonna reach a point in the game where maybe you want some sort of tapestries from the Oriental world, maybe you want some sort of oil from the Arctic, and you're gonna have to balance different civilizations from different places and exchange a lot of goods in between the towns. The end game really is if you're playing on an open. If you're not playing the story mode and just on a sandbox mode, the goal is just to have the largest Western town you can make, or Eastern. It's up to you.
I will transform a settlement into a metropolis. Raise glistening monuments and homes for our citizens.
Yeah, when you get to
a haven of hope in this industrial age.
Yeah, when you get to the end point, you get to make some zoos, some botanical gardens, and make things way fancier. These are already investor buildings. Like this is really the end of the end game. Engineers over there.
I am guided by my vision for a braver tomorrow. Together we stand on the cusp of a new era. Alone I stand, ready to define it. How will the world remember you? Anno 1800 Console Edition, available now.
All right, I think that's good enough. So let's jump into the tier list. Okay, so Anno 1800, I gotta be honest, I never really cared about the story in Anno 1800 games. I've played the 1404 game, the Anno 1404, a lot before this game came out. And I gotta say that when it comes to city building, this might be one of the more complete games. So story-wise, I never really cared about the campaign itself. I usually just play these games in sandbox, like in an open sandbox mode, so I can just build as far as I want without worrying about, oh, if I complete this little town, the mission's over. Likewise, so story, didn't really care about it. Characters, likewise. Now, gameplay, I will say this. If you like city building games focused on an older era, this is stellar. This might be the best one yet. It's very, very complete, very varied. Just don't play the game as a race, you know, it's a journey. In January, I played this game for quite a bit, but later I ended up prioritizing releases that came later. I remember that I was on my way to building a metropolis with like tens of thousands of engineers and investors by the end of the playthrough. It's a very complete game. You get the Western civilization, you get a more in the desert, more Arabic one, an Arctic one. There's another one I'm failing to remember. At some point you get like a specific scholar civilization. It's all sorts of things, all sorts of civilizations, and you have to balance out all the requirements and the logistics to ultimately gather everything into your main island so you can expand it as much as possible. Now, the downside to this game is that the only way to make this game complete is with the DLCs, because there's going to be DLCs that expand the Mexican civilization. There's a specific DLC just to increase the variety of port-related buildings, like ship-related stuff. And this game has ballooned to having like 15 DLCs. I don't know how many of them are actually, besides ornaments and skins and good-looking stuff, how many DLCs are actually content, but at least 3, 4, maybe 5. That's the downside for me, that the game as it is not complete. You need to actually get DLCs for it. So that's a downside to it. Music, I mean, music usually is pretty calm and relaxing. It's pretty much what you heard in the trailer. Unless a fire breaks out in your island or some sort of disaster, then you're kind of screwed. And the graphics, well, you don't need much. It's not an intensive game at first, but if you start getting a lot of people, a lot of buildings, it starts getting heavy. If you dive really into the end game and you don't close your game, if you keep on expanding and expanding and expanding, it starts getting a little bit computationally intensive. So where would we even put this? Let's see. I'm gonna say this. most people think that on a scale of 1 to 10, 7 is average. That's not true. 5 is average. So I want you to understand that S is reserved for masterpieces, A is really, really good one, B is good, C is average. I still recommend playing a C game, by the way. D is bad, F is extremely bad, but anything that is C and above, you should definitely play it, I would say. Or at least give it a shot. So let's see. I'm gonna put this... I'm gonna say this one is a B. I'm gonna be a little bit harsh on it because of the DLCs. Within the city building, it's probably more of an A, but that is if you have it as a complete game. If you buy it just as the base game as is, it's not everything. Absolutely not. So I'm gonna say this is a high B. Okay, let's jump into the next one then. Let's see what's next on our list. Oh. AC Mirage.
Welcome, Hidden One. You have died and been reborn.
So you have the usual parkour system.
We need to find a way to get you inside without being seen. You could bribe the guards to look the other way.
Or you could just kill all of them. You can't be seen if there are no witnesses.
See what flavor best suits me.
Embrace the fear. Quiet it. Find a stillness. And let's go. The stage is yours, Spasm. We will be watching.
Alright. So about this game. Assassin's Creed Mirage. What to say about this one? Well, let's see. Let's start off with the story. Well, first I think it's important. I knew what I was getting into when I bought this game. Okay? I come from the beginnings of Assassin's Creed. You know, we got Assassin's Creed 1, then you start diving into the Ezio trilogy, right? Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations. Then you dive into something that... Are we back? Oh, are we back? Okay, it disconnected. Okay, like I was saying, I'm not sure if I'm repeating myself or how much I'm repeating myself now, but I knew what I was getting into when I bought Assassin's Creed Mirage, because I started from the very beginning, you know, AC1, to the Ezio trilogy, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3, of course. Then you start getting away from the Assassin's Creed formula, and it's more of a pirate formula, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which was still great. Point is, I skipped the RPG ones. So you look at AC Odyssey, AC Valhalla, I didn't play those. The reason I bought this game in the first place is because it was Assassin's Creed again. Because we were back to the Assassin's Creed formula. And this was it, based on how it was advertised, right? They told us that Assassin's Creed Mirage was going to be a shorter game, more focused on parkour, assassination. That was the original Assassin's Creed formula, and I was all up for it. Now. Sorry. Now, story-wise, This game, I mean, I knew what I was getting into, right? I knew that the story would be a downside. It's basically a story about schizophrenia. Seriously. Assassin's Creed never really managed to measure up to the story of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, and this one was no exception, and I knew it. Basically, you're placed in Baghdad, you start off as a common thief, and really quickly you see yourself entering the group of the Hidden Ones, as they call themselves. It's the Assassins. And as you work to exact justice, killing the corrupt, you start discovering more about yourself, you working through your memories. It feels very generic, but again, I knew what I was getting into. I knew this would never be better than the Ezio Auditore storyline. Now, character-wise, I didn't really care for any of them, neither the main character, nor his thief friend, or his mentor. None of them were trying to be particularly charismatic, or funny, or overly serious, nothing like that. It's just your run-of-the-mill protagonist, and the people that help him along the way, so pretty mid in that sense. Now, if we move to the gameplay section of the game, the gameplay aspect, that's why I purchased the game. Because this is not like I said, this is not the typical RPG, it's a callback to the roots of what made Assassin's Creed great in the first place. It focuses on stealth again, focused on parkour, on climbing, on doing covert assassinations, throwing knives, smoke bombs, traps, all of that stuff. And mechanically, it worked exactly as the first few games. Mechanically, it worked too much. Too much like the first few games. You feel some jankiness in the movement here and there. Sometimes you're running and your character hugs a wall. That's very classic of the old games. Which I feel they should have fixed in the past, 15 years? It should have been fixed, but yeah. I didn't go through major bugs or anything that really hampered my experience, like gameplay-wise, though. Now, music, I didn't really care. To be honest, again, Assassin's Creed shone the brightest with Ezio Auditore. In my head, I was playing the Assassin's Creed Hymen that became so iconic with Assassin's Creed 2 as the two brothers climbed to the roof. And it really never came back from that. Even later games that within the Ezio Auditore storyline, they never really beat that one song. So music, again, really didn't care. Graphics, they're kind of expected for a 2023 game, I guess. I mean, the town of Baghdad was gorgeous, but if you pay attention to the character models, they're a little bit dated for 2023. They felt very stiff, like the eyes, it's like they were staring at nothing. The mouth sometimes didn't move properly. I wouldn't say claymation, but definitely they were not the most worked on character models. So you can see where I'm going with this, right? Even though it's an Assassin's Creed game, it turned out to be extremely mid in a lot of aspects. So I would either put this as a very, very low C, if you really, really miss the Assassin's Creed formula, or I would put this as a high D, as in, it is bad, it is kind of bad, but it still has its own good points. I'm not sure about this one, but I think I will preemptively put it as a high D, for starters. It's not something I would recommend unless you're really in need of a new Assassin's Creed experience that calls you back to the games of old, basically. Alright, next game is Backpack Hero. This one's gonna be pretty interesting, actually. Let's jump into that. There we go. This one's gonna be a bit of a surprise for me because I played a lot of this game. I have like 15 to 20 hours on this game, but I only played the demo. So it's likely that this trailer is gonna show me stuff I've never seen before. Right, this right here, the beginning, this is pretty much the game. It's a roguelike that involves managing your inventory. You start out with a bit of food, your sword, your shield, and as you face opponents, you have the choice to select 3 actions. Maybe you want to eat, shield once, attack once, that sort of thing. And as you win battles, you can expand on your bag, your bag size, and you collect items along the way. Maybe you collect better weapons, maybe you collect suddenly a bow and arrow, and now you want to switch your style completely. Maybe you get a wand so you can be a magician, or you can start gathering some armor, stuff like that. Right, so you see him here selecting the actions he wants to take against the enemies that he's facing. Right, and this is the point where the game really expands. There are some interesting things with these items. For example, the helmet gives you a bonus if you put it at the top, for example. The boots, maybe they have to be at the bottom, and you get no armor from the boots unless they're at the bottom of your inventory. And there are some tricks that you can then do to get more bonuses. For example, the top of the absolute top of this row is up here, but if you place an item up here, there's nothing above, so it still counts as a top. So you could have two helmets giving you bonuses, because a helmet here would be the absolute top possible, as well as here, looking at the column. There was a couple of strats like that. This is the new part. I didn't have a lot of characters to work with. I only had one. Yeah, and there was no town to work on. You just played. Unlock new items, so you basically make your runs easier. Interesting that they added a summoner build. And I think that's about it. Let's jump over here. So, Backpack Hero. This is one of those games that I haven't fully explored. I put a lot of time into it, but again, it was just a demo, right? So what to say about this one? Again, story-wise, this is one of those games, as expected, of roguelites where the story doesn't really matter. For the characters, I only had the mouse one, so no real opinion on this. I'm guessing that depending on the character, you can start with a different build. Though I understand that in the final game, you can just choose the build you open up with. Maybe there's some perks. Now, this is a potato graphics kind of game, pixelated, so this can run... This could probably run on your phone. I don't know if this kind of game is on your phone. Gameplay-wise, it's a roguelite. Like I said, you have to manage your inventory, fit your weapons, your armor, your shields, your healing items, your little trinkets, your rings. It was an interesting small game as a demo. The turn-based aspects really lured me into it. At least in the demo, I felt that the difficulty was a little bit too punishing at times. To be fair, the demo was over a year old compared to the actual game, and just looking at the trailer, it's obvious that they've really expanded on that. You have a lot more build variety now, especially with the accessories, and I noticed in the trailer the bow and arrow, the different arrows that you could get. Not to mention the town that allows you to essentially build your easy mode as you unlock new items and new possibilities. So I would still recommend, having tried out the demo, and so should you, it might be worth checking out the game's actual state, given how much it expanded. Maybe I'll play the final version this year at some point. So, just based on the demo, I would at least rank this game a C. The demo was average, but it is a game worth checking out. See how it evolved ever since then. Okay, next game, Cobalt Core, and... This is a game that a lot of people probably avoided because they judged it by the cover, because this looks like a fucking furry game. Oh god. I assure you guys it's nothing like that. This is another roguelite. Let's check out the trailer. Oh, I love this one. This right here pretty much tells you what this game is all about. So you open up with your ship in this game. You select 3 characters for your crew, and it is turn-based, again. depending on the 3 characters that you get, you're gonna get a deck of cards that will be based off of the characters that you have. So you have some basic stuff that doesn't really matter. You got, for example, here Dizzy, Riggs, and Parry. Dizzy is focused a lot on shielding cards. Riggs is all about dashing and getting out of the way and drawing more cards. And Parry is about nudging your ship to the right or to the left a little bit. You got different ships. This one's the final boss. Nice, took only 1 damage from that. Oh! Corrosion Beam. This card is OP as fuck. Seriously OP as fuck. Poison damage on the ship is permanent, so they take damage every turn no matter what. This thing wins runs. $13 poison? Jesus. Yeah, and then you look at the cover and you think, yeah, that's nothing like the actual gameplay. Okay, I think that was a pretty good trailer actually to show everything about the game itself. So basically with Cobalt Core, the story is pretty direct. You have a crew that was doing a space expedition and they're trapped in a time loop and are now missing memories. And as you play, you unlock memories of specific characters that you bring with you into that specific loop. And to get out of the time loop, you have to beat the Cobalt that is trapping you, the force that is trapping you. Now, the game gives you 6 characters to work through. Well, more actually. Gives you more than 6, gives you 8 characters. As you dive deeper into the story, you will unlock some of them. Each character will bring its own card set into the mix of potential choices. And the game does a pretty good job at giving each character like their own personality traits that make them stand out from each other. You start off with those 3, you know, the blue, orange and purple one, Dizzy, Riggs and Parry. But later on you'll unlock like the more violent, prone to fighting Drake, you'll unlock a more stereotypical Brainiac, Books, and so on. So it's interesting story-wise, character-wise, it is there. Graphics, I mean, you saw it, it's pixelated, like your potato PC could play this. Don't really have any opinion on the music specifically. Gameplay-wise, I'd say that if you liked Slay the Spire, which is pretty much the pinnacle of card-based roguelites, you should give this one a shot. I will say this though, this is one of the easier, if not the easiest roguelite I've played this year. I'm talking beating the final boss in the first run, kind of easy. And why is that? Well, I guess it's because the game gives you a lot of varied strategies and they all work in a way. Depending on the characters you bring with you, you can have decks that have, you know, shield, like you saw it. You can have corrosion, that poison thing. You can focus on dodging shots and mobility. You can use stun. You can shoot the enemy and freeze their turrets. You can focus on a deck that involves shooting with more force, more power, but it generates ship heat that you need to manage, otherwise you start losing HP. You can focus on drawing more cards, on changing the order of your cards, and maybe your card on the left is cheaper, hand manipulation. You can focus on turrets, launching turrets and minions to protect you and shoot for you. You get the gist. There's a lot of possibilities with Cobalt Core, and it's fun to try out some of these strategies. I will say this though, yeah, corrosion and dodging shots makes this really, really a very accessible and I would say easy game. So where would I put this game? I think this game is a solid B. I would put this as a B. It's a nice entry, but it really doesn't beat, like, if you just search generically for roguelites, you'll inevitably end up in Monster Train, Slay the Spire, Hades, the upcoming Hades 2, possibly in 2024. So it has a lot of contenders to be a really, really good roguelite. It still needs a long way to go. Right, we can jump into Deep Rock Galactic now. Let's move on to the next trailer. Before we continue this trailer, guys, I want you to know I played this game for 10 days and I put over 100 hours in it.
Sing this song. There's dirt to shift and bugs to hit. I wouldn't trade any of it. Bugs that fly and bugs that crawl in the air and on the wall. Web and acid, shell and bone. Watch that bolt dead for she blows. Heave ho for rock and stone. Bend your backs to take your cold. Dark and dirt is what we know. Deep in rock is where we go. Leave no dwarf behind. Call that resupply. You don't rock and stone. You ain't coming home. Leave no dwarf behind. Call that resupply. Rock and stone. Rock and stone. Dwarf is coming home.
That's a pretty good music. That is a lot of shredders. Damn. Boom. Deep Rock Galactic. Oh, this is a hell of a game. So the story is basically... I wouldn't say there's a lot of story to this, I'm not gonna lie. You got 4 characters. This is a multiplayer game. The game was made to scale depending on the number of players, so you could do this solo no problem. But basically you have 4 dwarves, and it's ideal that you have all 4. An engineer, a driller, a gunner, and a scout. And basically you dive deep into a planet to mine precious minerals while fighting giant alien bugs. That's it, pretty much. You hunt for minerals for the company that you work for. These are the 4 characters. There's no real character progression. It's not an RPG. It's not very story driven. It's just you pick 4 characters and you go ham on the bugs. Music wise, the music of this trailer is probably the best one I've heard. Like, the music is varied and fits the theme of the game. You have music that fits like the high octane speed battles you're gonna get. The higher hazard difficulties you choose, the more difficult the game gets, of course. And you always end in like this epic manner, like this epic music as you're trying to extract back into the ship to take you back up. You can see from the graphics, right? Let me go for the bugs. There we go. Okay, so you can see looking at the bugs, we're not going for realism in this game. It's not pixelated, it's not realism, it's more of a cartoonish, stylized kind of thing. Which works pretty well for this. Now, let's talk about the gameplay and why I spent my entire holidays, the Christmas of 2023, playing this game. DRG, Deep Rock Galactic, is a looter shooter. Okay, actually, let's jump into here, to the list. DRG is a looter shooter. I don't like looter shooters. I've never did. I never expected to enjoy this game as much as I did. We're talking within the span of, what, 2 weeks, putting over 100 hours into this game, and let me tell you why. You can tell when developers play their own game. Because a lot in this game shows that this is a labor of love first, not profit first. You have no menus, in a sense. You have an extensive lobby. When you open the game and you choose to start it, you end up inside the building, inside an actual building, where you will be doing your preparations for a mission. It's not a menu. You will go to a workstation to select your equipment and your battle perks. You will go to a workstation to do mineral trade. You will go to a workstation to forge ways to overclock your weapons. You will go to a shop that has only in-game currency. You cannot pay with real money for stuff in this game. You have an entire bar. You have an entire section of the place you're in dedicated to the Abyss Bar, where you do nothing but drink just wacky beers and play a version of Flappy Bird. You have your own medical section. When you die, you end up there. And this is not even the gameplay part yet. This is just technically the starter menu. When you're actually done goofing around in the beginning area and you get in the drop pod that takes you to the planet where you will be fighting, you will be doing a number of missions. You could collect minerals, sure. You could fight a very challenging bug, which is called a dreadnought. You'll need to fight 2, 3, 4 of them. You will be working to find a data rack, which is protected by a massive robot that you need to defeat. Maybe you're sent on a mission to salvage fallen comrades in battle. Maybe you need to clean up corruption in the area, hunt for alien eggs, escort a drill to extract a very hard mineral that you cannot mine normally. Maybe you need to build pipelines to liquefy minerals. There's a lot of variety of missions, and the variety doesn't even stop there. If we look at the characters, like I mentioned before, you have an engineer, a driller, a gunner, and a scout. Each one gets 3 different primary weapons, 3 different secondary weapons, 4 varieties of grenades, and they all have a weapon for traversal purposes. For example, the engineer can build platforms to sort of parkour through areas. The scout gets a grappling hook. The gunner can set up zip lines that you can rappel through. And the driller can just dig way, way faster than anybody else. The amount of... And when you go to the guns themselves, you have rocket launchers, you have lasers, you have spinny things, you have guns that shoot with fire damage, electricity damage, slow effects, nuclear radiation, ice, plasma. You can use turrets, you can use your pickaxe to melee as well. You can overclock your guns to change how they attack. There's a gun that throws a horizontal laser. You can make it spin with an overclock. And again, that's just the guns. If you go into mechanics, the gameplay mechanics, you can grind rail on pipes. You can hack robots you kill by doing a little minigame. You can grab onto a flying alien and fly around the map with it for as long as you want. You can control the flight too. The price? $10. I got this game for $10. And here's the even best part of it. This game is in Season 4. Season 4 of... it's the 4th event in this game. This game has no FOMO. I started this game and I have already purchased, with in-game currency only, about 100 hours in the game, every item in the shop for Season 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Even if you start this game late, you lose nothing. You can get the same thing that everybody else did that was here at first. So yeah, it's an exceptional game that really pays a lot of attention and has a lot of care for the people that play it. The community is very, very welcoming. It's just a very complete game all around, and honestly, I think this is one game that actually does deserve the masterpiece, to be in the masterpiece section. Because it is so complete, and above all, it's complete in the sense that it doesn't rely on you grinding for dozens of hours to unlock an item. You don't have to speed up the grinding process by paying with your credit card $5 just to get that one item. No, you just get it. You just get it with the minerals that you've been mining, or with the rewards you got from the missions. It's a genuine good game in 2023. Alright, and I think that's my praise for Deep Rock Galactic, so we can move on from that. Let's talk about F-Zero 99. F-Zero 99. There we go. Oh.
The first F-Zero game returns as a 99-player battle royale. F-Zero 99. Race on classic F-Zero courses with machines from the original Super NES game. Tear through courses in high-speed races, but be careful. Your power meter will decrease if you crash into pilots or guardrails.
Oh boy.
If it hits 0,
Boom.
you're out. You'll need to avoid collisions and conserve your power meter to stay in the race. Feeling risky? Spend some of your power meter for a temporary speed boost. You can also collect super sparks, which appear when machines collide, to boost up to a special path called the Skyway. It's your best chance at bypassing your rivals and jumping into a higher position.
Well, yeah, but you always want to do this at the right places so that you skip through a lot of sections, just like here. You can't just spam that willy-nilly.
Complete goals while you're racing to unlock cosmetic options for your machine.
Ooh, nice KO.
players, one winner. It's time to race your way to first place. Because F-Zero 99 will be available exclusively for active Nintendo Switch Online members later today.
Yeah, that was a hell of a moment. Truly a hell of a moment. Okay, F-Zero 99. I mean, nobody played this game for story or the characters, right? This is just racing. It's a nice callback to the original F-Zero. Graphics, I mean, you saw them, right? Potato, nothing special. You might actually recognize even the Big Blue's tune that you heard in Mario Kart 8 in this game. The songs are actually pretty fitting for what is an extremely fast-paced racing game. And it feels very fast-paced as you play. I played this game for a while, went up a few ranks. I didn't play this for a long time. We're talking about, what, maybe 10, 15 hours just to climb a few ranks? And I gotta say, it's a very well-balanced game. You know, you wanna dash, you risk crashing. You want to not dash, you're gonna get overrun. You wanna play conservatively and save your boost, you're gonna risk having a lot of people going over you with the boost. You wanna play aggressively, you might be bumping into other players that then bump you into a wall, make you bounce back into the road, now you bump into another player, back into a wall, and you're ping-ponging. Save your shortcut boost, there will be points you're just not collecting, letting other people collect them. You might not even get more than one shortcut if you play too conservative. You want to use your shortcut boost immediately? Maybe you're not using it at the most useful times, skipping a bunch of little turns in the race. And they took a balanced game like this and make you making yourself race against 98 other players. Chef's kiss. It's the most chaotic racing game I've ever played, and I hope it showed. I actually don't know the numbers, but I hope this game was well received enough that Nintendo saw there is a market for F-Zero, that there are people that would buy an F-Zero game. I hope they saw people being receptive to the idea. F-Zero lasted for a long time, especially on Twitch. I saw a lot of people playing it. I chose to not stream it, I just played it by myself though. But yeah, that's about it. It's just a game where you have to think about all these little mechanics and choosing the right timing to do all sorts of things, and you might still get screwed along the way from some guy that just pushes you to the side. So yeah, I found it very, very nice. I think this game is a solid B, though. I'm gonna be conservative with my scores. I will put him above Cobalt Core. I'm not putting him above Anno 1800 because of my personal preference. I love this city building game. But I think that as a test before launching an F-Zero game, this was an excellent trial run to show people who didn't know the F-Zero franchise what it's all about and what it could be done. I would like to see an F-Zero like this with newer graphics, for example, maybe on the new console that might be coming up soon. Right, next up, we got Fire Emblem Engage. Oh, that one's it's gonna be a doozy. Let's see here. Fire Emblem Engage.
Mother!
This one was also a January game.
Allow them to capture any more of the rings. Gather together all 12 rings.
No! Please!
Yeah, this is pretty classic if you've played any Fire Emblem game. If the main character has a parent, and the main character usually does, it's gonna die. The parent's gonna die.
They're corrupted. They're everywhere.
Divine One, you mustn't do this alone!
This journey will be a long one. Our kingdom is in danger. Will you help us? I will fulfill my duty as the
Okay, that is a little bit disingenuous. Hang on a second. This is really, really disingenuous. Okay, this is a very small scenario that you usually get at the end of winning a fight, and it's just for you to talk to some players and collect some random items. You will not see this area more than once or twice. It's really disingenuous to make it look like you will see this frequently, this type of scenery.
I will fulfill my duty as the Divine Dragon.
I'm Diamant, Crown Prince of Brodia.
I hope you're hungry for fun!
Tamara is ridiculously OP. Ridiculously.
I will now take your lives.
My friends, it's time to fight!
You're in our way. Now stand aside! We have to rescue more than the others!
Many have sought to steal the rings and use them for their own nefarious purposes.
Here he comes. The time has come!
Or is that an emblem of legend?
Yeah, this is the basic mechanic of the whole game, the Fire Emblem Engage. A lot of characters in the game are going to, at some point, either give you rings or you obtain rings throughout the story. Maybe you take them from another kingdom. And they're always callbacks to main characters from other Fire Emblem games.
Each emblem has their...
That guy right there.
Each emblem
Oh,
has their...
come on. Kagetsu, right here. You give Kagetsu Marth, and my god, there is nothing that can hit this man because he will have like 100 avoid.
Each emblem has their own abilities. You can call upon their unique powers and skills.
Everyone, engage with emblems! Emblem, engage!
Here I come!
So yeah, everything else is just standard Fire Emblem combat.
Out of the way!
I sense the Fell Dragon's presence. He's waiting for us.
We have to stop Sombron.
Was that me?
Fire Emblem Engage. I will say that Corrin is also another ridiculously OP one. what to say about this game. It's been a long time, it's been like a year. I think I'm gonna talk about this game comparing it to Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is like, what, 3 years old? Maybe 4? And what it tried to do best, well, better, and what it tried to do worse. Well, first of all, story and character-wise, I don't think it was as interesting as Fire Emblem Three Houses, because while in Three Houses you were a teacher, and you had to nurture these students and raise them, and you got to know them, you don't have that social aspect in Fire Emblem Engage, which is more accurate to, well, more in line with older Fire Emblem games. The social aspect is almost unique to Fire Emblem Three Houses only. So in that sense, it does it a little bit worse. There were many characters I really liked, both with and without rings. There is one, which I think it's called Marin, which it's basically a wolf knight, has a lot of avoid, basically characters that could avoid a lot of hits, like Kagetsu, Marin, some mages as well. Really, really powerful, and when you give them the right rings, they become downright unstoppable. Because they add on to those boosts even more. There is a ring, I think it's Korika, that allows you to teleport and basically throw a nuke on a character. It's insane. Now, the graphics are a little bit of an improvement from Fire Emblem Three Houses, and I really like that they took what they learned, that the studio took what they learned from Fire Emblem Three Houses and improved upon it. You no longer have that thing where you fast travel to the cathedral, so you have to wait 30 seconds before the game lets you get inside the cathedral because it's loading everything inside. No, they downscaled a little bit the graphics, in my opinion, but to make everything a lot more responsive, a lot smoother. Now, the gameplay, which is the most important aspect, I think the gameplay was better than Fire Emblem Three Houses. I really think it was, because it included a lot of things that were much better. You no longer have weapon depletion. Remember, in Fire Emblem Three Houses, you use your weapon too many times it breaks, and now you need to buy new weapons. That's gone. No weapon depletion. The introduction of the rings means that each character you have could have 20 different builds. There's like 20 rings in the game. That's insane. They got rid of the gambits. So no more gambits for AoE damage, for moving faster. No, we're back to the teleporting staves. Now we have double or triple the classes. We have a simpler class system, it's easier to rank up. You don't have to train yourself in fists and spear to be a specific class. No, you just invest in it. You won't, there are more staves for more strategies. You have a stave that can cast like an ice block, so you can block an area to make sure the rival has to go around to a more advantageous position for you. You have staves for you teleporting somewhere else or teleporting a character next to you. You won't notice it, but there is an aspect of the game that was cut out from the English version. If you play the Japanese version, you will notice that the dubbed version butchered some dialogue, making the characters a bit less emotionally responsive. Most of the romantic nuance for this game, you always have the romantic nuance in Fire Emblem games. Most of it was cut or hidden in Fire Emblem Engage if you play the dubbed version. The only games we've played here are Frostpunk and Pokemon. Well, we'll get there. We're already on letter F. But overall, I think the gameplay-wise, Fire Emblem Engage did this way, way better. It went back to the original ones, made the class system a lot simpler, and overall it played better. With that being said, I mean, having the story not as good, I end up rating this a little bit lower. I think that this game, and like I said before, anything C and above is something I recommend. I think this game is either a low B or a solid C, but I think it should be a B, to be honest. I wouldn't complain too much about Fire Emblem Engage as long as it does what I want the most, which is the combat. Fire Emblem, games that are turn-based tactics, Fire Emblem, Mario Rabbids, Persona 5 Tactica, these are games that are just replacements for the game I really want to play, XCOM. I want to play a new XCOM. But replacement it may be, Fire Emblem is still a good turn-based tactics game, so I'm gonna give it a low B. Alright, let's move to Frostpunk this time. And I've got that trailer somewhere around here. Let's jump to it. Frostpunk, there we go. It is hard to find trailers that actually show gameplay. Oh, and by the way, I haven't been giving credit to the videos, but you see who made them right here. Usually it's the producers, PlayStation, GameSpot, Nintendo. I haven't exactly used videos from other creators, but I haven't been shouting out credits, but the credits are right there. Okay, this is already a very good beginning. Frostpunk is exactly what you see here. Basically, the world has gone to shit. Everything is frozen, everything is cold, we have no heat, we start with nothing. We have a few piles of wood, a few piles of steel, maybe a few steam cores or whatever that is. And all you have is a generator that gives you a limited amount of heat. You need to maybe gather some coal around, some coal to keep the generator running. And you have to build around the generator. So unlike Anno 1800, Frostpunk is a much more contained, smaller sandbox where you have to build in a circle around the generator.
When we end up with next to nothing, we don't...
Right, and then you start growing, maybe you have your... you start getting a cafeteria, a cookhouse here. You get your little medical bay over there, a research station so you can get new buildings, new contraptions. Maybe you start building far away a beacon to send out expeditions to discover other lands. You slowly expand, you get the picture.
Do what we believe is right, but we believe what we...
Right. And this is the other aspect of the game. There is a social aspect to Frostpunk where as you build and you make certain decisions, you will have to create laws to keep the people under control, to keep faith up, because everybody believes they're gonna die with the world completely frozen. And you will have situations like this. Suddenly a child is injured in a work accident. What do you choose to do? Do we change the law for workforce? Because you can make children work, or you can keep them inside children's shelters. And depending on what you choose, it might have consequences for later events. If a child is injured in a work accident and you keep everything going as is, maybe you'll get more children injured. Maybe one child suddenly asks for a second meal, and if you allow it, other people will start wanting double rations as well. And if you deny them a second time after you allowed the first one, maybe you'll start getting some riots. There are consequences to your choices, and you need to be either very logical, very caring, or you will be more of the ruthless type.
Do will make us right.
What did you choose?
Will make us right.
Oh, move children to safer duties. Okay, so the consequence here would be that you would lose workforce, basically. You would need a lot more adults to work. If he banned the law, well, wait, did he ban the law? Shit, my eyeballs are not working properly. He banned the child labor law. Okay. You lose the workforce entirely.
It is
right, this is what normally happens within the game. Once you start getting basic buildings, you will have some options to do about probably like every day or every 2 days you have to select a law. You don't have to, but it's ideal that you do. You can start thinking about child labor or children's shelters, a cemetery or corpse disposal. And for example, if you choose cemetery, maybe you now increase the faith of your people. And if you deal with corpse disposal, maybe you've unlocked organ harvesting, for example.
There's not shelter nor food that brings us consolation.
Food additives, adding sawdust to the soup so it feels more filling. Yikes.
For it is hope that makes us grow.
Right, and then you start expanding, you get maybe some storage, you start getting some actual coal mines, some drills to drill through this frozen forest so you can get some wood. Some actual hospitals.
That there is more of...
2? Oh, you don't need 2 beacons. You only need 1.
us. And if not,
I didn't even know you could make more than one.
Are enough.
Right, and once you unlock the beacons and expeditions, you can set out to find out what these different areas are. And you can maybe get to a place and harvest some wood, harvest some steel, or you can go to a place and set up camp there and consistently give resources to your land. It becomes like a small little export place. Wait, is there nothing else? Oh, okay, that's about it. Okay, so that's about it for Frostpunk. Where does that leave us? Okay, so story-wise, like I said, apocalyptic, ice storm ruins the world and you build settlements around this heat generator thing. You have 6 levels. They're pretty isolated from each other. There is lore in between the levels, though, even though they're pretty isolated. You have the first level that's just the introduction. You have the second level is just about preserving some plant seeds for the future. And you have like 6 people. You have to work a lot with automation and machines. And suddenly your third level puts you with so many people to feed that you cannot really rely on automation and everything is manual labor. There's a lot of different challenges with the levels. There will be some parts that involve the social aspect, surrounding tension between towns like New London, New Manchester, Winterholm, that sort of thing. Story-wise, I found it pretty compelling, pretty strong. There is no specific character, even though you are the main character, right? You're the one building. There's no real characters to focus on in this game. Graphics-wise, you probably should play this on low to medium settings. I found this game could get very graphically expensive very, very fast. It's quite honestly, I was surprised that this game felt as heavy as it did. Music-wise, fits the theme. It's eerie, like really highlighting despairing moments. Like the colder it gets more and more serious, which is fitting. Now, from the gameplay, given it's a city building game, I will say this. I find city building games to be a bit of a niche. It's not exactly the most popular thing that you see being streamed around, right? It's not the easiest thing to watch on YouTube or Twitch either. This one is probably a niche within a niche genre. It's, I'll say this, no city building game is as complete as Anno 1800. And that's a fact. With that said, this game tries to expand on aspects that you don't see in other city building games. You don't have just to house people and get resources to feed them. This concern for heat and the game really pushing you to explore outside your base is a significant enough change to give this game a lot of credit. Now, on the other hand, it's a relatively small game. You get 6 levels, all of them play very differently. You're talking about, what, 15 hours beating the whole game? Maybe 20 hours if you want to explore the endless mode a little bit. You will have these levels focusing on manual labor to automation to people extraction, so you can supply other towns. I got this on 85% discount with all the DLCs included, and I recommend that you play this, that you get this game on a discount. Don't get this game on a... Don't get this game at full price. I would not recommend it. With that being said, I think that this game stands below Anno 1800. I would place it still as a B. A solid B. And I would put it probably around here. Let's say it's mid-B tier. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Alright, let's move to the next one, which is God of Weapons. God of Weapons, okay. Where's the trailers? There we go. Right, so right off the rip, this is a freaking mobile game. It is that cheap, graphic-wise. Kind of feels Vampire Survivors, right? Right, and this is the throwback to Backpack Hero. This is yet another roguelite game that will focus on having you starting off with a bag, and you will expand on that. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. You can have staves, you can have cannons, different warriors. You can get different weapons, so basically unlock your easy mode. The ultimate challenge is not that difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. God of Weapons. God, this looks like a mobile game. Anyways. What to say about this game? Story-wise, nothing. Most roguelites, you're not gonna get any story, period. It's, there's nothing relevant there. Characters, there's a lot of characters to this game. The variety of choice is actually pretty crazy. You open up with warrior, mage, rogue, but then you start getting stuff like the Juggernaut, the Lancer, the Barbarian, and then each of these characters are like 3 different variations to them. So if you include variations, there was like about a dozen characters, give or take, times 3, that's 36 different characters, 36 different starting builds, not to mention the crazy stuff that you, the player, can come up with. So, pretty varied in that sense. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't care about the music in this game. I literally played this game muted while watching YouTube videos. Again, this is basically a mobile game potato that your potato PC can play. And it's one of those games that I really wanted at the time, the kind of stuff that I could just plug in, play 30 minutes, and turn off. So it's pretty much that game that you can turn off your mind a little bit while playing. Gameplay-wise, similar to Backpack Hero. The focus is all about inventory management, but I found it way more accessible than Backpack Hero, because A, every time you win a level, you get way more inventory space. And like the name implies, your focus is to manage weapons and accessories mostly. You're gonna find the occasional shield and armor, but they're pretty rare compared to the sheer number of like weapons and buffs and debuff accessories that you're gonna get. In Backpack Hero, you have to balance a lot more your armor and specifically where you place your armor. Your helmet has to be at the top, your boots have to be at the bottom, and you don't really get that in God of Weapons, that depth of inventory management. Instead, what you get is, here's a bunch of weapons, shove them all in your bag and go. And again, because I was looking for a game that was a little bit more mind-free, I found it way more accessible. Also, even though it's real-time, because you're going around in real-time, it's not turn-based, each round lasts about a minute, and the run is 20 rounds. It felt like an extremely casual game. I don't regret picking it up. It was very, very accessible. Yeah, you're right, Mizzo. I did mention that when we were at the B ladder. So where am I gonna put this one? I'm not gonna lie. I think that both Backpack Hero and God of Weapons are those kind of like mindless games that you can just have fun with for 30 minutes and then turn off. I place God of Weapons above Backpack Hero, but I would not give it more than a C, regardless. Again, anything C and average, I recommend that you at least give it a shot. I think it's good enough. Good enough to waste a few hours of your time. Okay, let's jump to... Oh, this one's a doozy. We're jumping to Hogwarts Legacy. This one I couldn't find a trailer for the life of me. A gameplay trailer. I'm not gonna go through the whole trailer. This is 14 fucking minutes. But this is literally the only gameplay reveal, I guess, gameplay video I could find. Hogwarts Legacy, what to say about this one? And I'm just gonna talk as it goes. The story, I was not really very interested in it, because to me Harry Potter is about the 7 books. This is set, I think, over 100 years before the actual Harry Potter events. So it's completely... Oh, let me reduce that, was a bit too high. Like I said, this one is set like 100 years before the actual Harry Potter events. So it doesn't really... didn't really matter to me. I just wanted to throw spells around. That's why I played this game. Character-wise, same thing. I didn't even care for the main character. Aside from Sebastian, however, Sebastian is a guy that's going to be your friend from the Slytherin house. He was a pretty compelling character, had a well-developed story. That was really, really good. Other than that, I felt like your other pals in school were not as... didn't have as focused of a story as your Slytherin friend gets. Graphic-wise... well, graphics-wise, as you see, you know, obviously we're not going for realism with a magic game, but, you know, it's a little bit better than cartoonish. It's stylized. The scenery is fantastic. I think they got Hogwarts down to a T. It looks really, really nice. And Hogsmeade as well. They got Hogsmeade really down pat. Now, the character models... I mean, for 2023, I think you'd expect a little bit more realism. I don't think there is that much effort put into the models, but it's still better than Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'll tell you that much. Now, for the gameplay, and I think we're gonna have to speed up a bit for the gameplay. Yeah, sure. The first duel with Sebastian, right here. I think this is a pretty good introduction to the gameplay itself. Well, specifically the combat part. Now, you don't see the UI here, but even though everything here is happening in real time, it almost felt turn-based sometimes, because you select a spell and you have plenty of time to select your other one. It's almost like the game is frozen to a standstill while you pick the next spell. I found the combat a little bit simplistic. I had more fun playing this a bit as a stealth game, because you do have the option to just insta-kill an enemy if you catch him from behind. But I find this to be the most complete Harry Potter experience out there. Oh, I just realized I wasn't even showing the damn video, was I? Whoops, my bad. Let's go back to the actual duel. So, one spell, two spells, you can't see the UI, but he had plenty of time to select, and that applies in the real world. That applies in the real world outside of school, I meant. The combat's pretty simplistic. You learn about 15, 16 different spells, give or take, but you can only really, you can equip about 4 of them. If I'm not mistaken, in a little wheel. It's been a while since I've played this game. Like I said, I had more fun playing it as a stealth game, but I will say it is the most complete Harry Potter experience out there. Has a lot of exploration on the map. There will be a lot of things that you can go. You can go to the Forbidden Forest, you can go to Hogsmeade, you can check out other small settlements around the map. And there's a bunch, dozens and dozens of side quests for you to do. But the game lacks 2 things that I think are crucial for the Harry Potter universe. One is Quidditch. How this game doesn't have Quidditch, I have no idea, to be honest. I think it's a missed opportunity. But the most important thing, this game needed a reputation system. You can literally spam Avada Kedavra inside Hogwarts. There are no consequences to your actions. People will look at you with disgust, maybe make a passing remark, but, you know, 30 seconds later, nobody knows you cast that. And as you play more and more of this game, the more it resembles a Ubisoft game. You're gonna spend a long time flying over the map, searching for collectibles. And at that point, the game just slows down to a slog. With that being said, there are other things that you can do around the map, like Merlin's puzzles. There's a bunch of puzzles and other ancient magic that you're gonna learn. The game was fun. It's just incomplete. I'm willing to give it a pass because it was this studio's first video game. Like, if you consider this was the first video game this studio ever made, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good, and I hope they expand on the first one. So, because I am a fan of the Harry Potter universe and I found this to be a pretty decent game, it's far from a masterpiece, but I think it deserves the A rank. I think that for a very first game, this is pretty damn good. They need to expand a lot more, not even on the story, I would say, just include some more mechanics that make it feel like there are consequences to your actions. I think that is necessary in a Harry Potter game. Okay, next up is Hollow Knight. Oh, I remember that one. I played this while I was suffering from a conjunctivitis. Literally play this half-blind. So think to the Dark Souls. No, it's more of a Metroidvania. It is a Metroidvania, actually. And the map is humongous, yes. This trailer is literally not showing any challenge. None of the bosses? Come on now. None of these are bosses yet. So this guy's annoying as fuck with the teleport. There we go, the Sisters of Battle. Tight, fluid gameplay. I'm even gonna pause. There is no trailer that can explain how tight these controls are. This game controls beautifully. Fuck that guy. The soul guy. Yeah, that train is just a cutscene, you don't actually train. That's misleading. February 24, 6 years ago. Wow, that was 6 years ago. Yikes. Alright. What to say about this game? Hollow Knight. Well, before that, I just want to say something about this game. I tried playing this game 2 years ago, and I did a lot of mistakes in my first attempt playing this game, and I got beat up completely by the Soul Master. I could not get past the Soul Master because it was extremely challenging. You had to... The path to get to the Soul Master was kicking my ass before I even got to the boss, so I had no absolute chance. So I put the game down, and I wouldn't say I completely walked away from it, but I started watching a lot of gameplay of Hollow Knight because I wanted to see the game to the end, even though I couldn't play it for the life of me. So I spent about 2 years in a metaphorical hyperbolic time chamber in mental training, just watching how to play this game. And I immediately learned one thing. When I first played the game, I never upgraded my weapon. So I was always playing dealing the minimum damage to all bosses, and I still beat the Mantis Lords like that. Which I found to be pretty amazing. Then I came back, well, 2 years later, this year, when I was suffering from a conjunctivitis, and I basically had one of my eyes fully covered. I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna try and play Hollow Knight again. 10 hours later, I 100%ed it. So I like to think that I got it down pat. The graphics are really, really clean for a 2D game. I think it's very difficult to find a 2D game with the level of like 2.5D-ish aesthetics that this game manages to achieve. And it's really meaningful. There's little pieces of lore you're gonna find from some random stones in the scenery that really add up to it. Random NPCs that are going to talk to you, some of them about their ambitions and what they want to do. As story-wise, that brings me to the story actually. Story-wise, you're basically this little being, you're a knight that's traversing a world that was devastated by an infection. And as you learn more about this world, you are tasked with, later on, you'll be tasked with killing 3 dreamers. There are basically 3 keys to a temple where the source of the infection is. And then you kill the infection, GG's. Now, there are 3 possible endings, I believe it's 3 possible endings to this game, and if you go further into a Colosseum and the Dreamer's World, I believe that's what's called, you unlock even further endings. I went as far as I could. I don't have any particular opinion about the characters themselves, except one that's always with you, helping you out against one of the bosses. I can't say too much without spoiling if you've never played the game. I do like the language that they use. The Team Cherry created almost like their own language for this game, some of it very memeable. Music-wise, for this game, like I said, music, my opinion is usually either I loved it or I hated it or I had no opinion. I think this is one of the games with the best music that I've played this year. It feels like it moves with the story. Every time, each one of the hubs, I guess, there's like 15 different hubs in the map. Each one of the hubs gets its own music, each boss gets its own music and it really matches. You will play this game at first and it will feel like your average, 2D game. You're jumping around, doing a little bit of platforming, killing this enemy and that enemy, and maybe you fight one or two bosses along the way, and it feels easy, and suddenly you're placed against the Mantis Lords, and then you realize, oh, it's that kind of game. I don't know, I wouldn't say 2D Dark Souls, but it is pretty close. It can be a tough 2D game. Depending on the boss, it can be really, really tough. Gameplay-wise, very clean, very sharp, very responsive. The controls are the best I've seen in a 2D game ever. If you press left, he goes left immediately. If you jump, he jumps. If you attack, he attacks. There is no mistake. The actions that you want to do, the character will do them in the game. UI, really simple to use. You have some accessories in the game, some little trinkets that you're going to use. They're called charms. You can do improvements to your weapons. Not a lot of mechanics to this 2D game. Ultimately, the goal is to just survive and kick some ass. I think that this is another game that had a goal and perfectly achieved it. I'm not going to say it's a masterpiece, but I will say it's of the A games, it's the better one. Now we move on to Hunt Showdown, and I know there's someone in my chat that has been waiting for this one. Let's move on to a trailer. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. That's a pretty good start. Yeah, you're a bounty hunter and it's freaking dangerous.
Oh, two guys.
Take the shot.
Alright, I'm getting a new hunter now.
Hunter, new guy.
Just send the invite, I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, hang on a second, that was pretty interesting actually. This game, I will say this much, has a difficult learning curve from the start. You will open up a menu and dear lord, you have to hover over everything to understand what's going on. This is one sub-tab out of what, 7 fucking tabs? I think there's more nowadays. Out of 7 tabs and God knows how many sub-tabs, this is one.
Alright, I'm getting a new hunter now.
New hunter, new guy.
Just send the invite, I'm ready to go.
Variety of equipment, yep. Play solo, duos or trios, yep.
Gunshots, watch out.
We're getting close to the clue now. I just must be in here. Can you cover me?
Covering. All clear.
Got it, I got it.
Sneaking around.
Watch out,
It's got me.
Dangerous NPCs on the map. A lot of zombies.
Nice try.
Good height.
Watch out. Don't shoot the invader.
Never do that. Never shoot a fire guy.
There's like a team of 3 inside.
I've got the one at the exit.
Clue number 2.
He's not in farm.
Taking the shot. Got him.
Dear lord, how did that kill?
Yeah, I think they're in there.
Oh, you think? Guy on the left?
Gone through the wall.
Nice.
Take it. Yeah. Oh, that was a good one.
Where's that hype bomb?
Backing away.
Okay.
Nice boom.
You go ahead, I'll block this one. So last clue.
So you can see that they're gathering... Hold on a second, a little bit back. So you can see here that part of the game involves gathering these clues, so you can identify where to go on the map.
Spy coming out. There he is.
Hold on. A little bit back.
Spider coming out. There he is, there he is.
See that thing? Fuck that thing.
Assassin.
Good, I'm running away. Back away.
Right, you're right. Grabbing the last one. Or guy just cloning.
We're vanishing now.
And now we wait.
Keeping an eye out.
Poor
Okay,
spider.
They're vanishing over there. Let's go.
We love the spider. I don't.
Bouncy, let's get out of here.
Get your own bounty.
Pretty sure there was someone outside.
Yep, I see them through the wall. One
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
He's dead.
Western exit. Yeah, I see them on the pier. I see them. They're making work.
Right, just keep running.
Yeah,
Oh,
run,
get
run,
shot.
yeah.
Get
Dear
shot.
lord, you would never escape like that.
Three in the back, I feel. I look back.
Cover, cover, cover.
20 seconds! Oh, that got nerfed.
Got one nice.
Okay. This is an old trailer. This is definitely an old trailer, and it shows right there on the menus. It doesn't look like this anymore. Alright. Most of these trailers I haven't really seen. I was just searching for something that showed some semblance of gameplay. Okay, Hunt Showdown. What to say about this one? Like I said, I want to look at games from story, characters, gameplay, music, and graphics, so... Story-wise in Hunt Showdown, huh? I mean, there is, but I have to read, so I don't care. Characters, huh? What characters? You mean the NPC I'm gonna grab so it dies in 5 minutes? Don't care. Let's jump to music. I mean, the music is fine for what it is. The goal of this game is definitely not to have music. You want to be silent as much as possible, but the loading screen, main menu screen music is kind of catchy, even though it's mostly only humming. It stays on your head, but other than that I have no opinion, but the music that it does have is kind of nice. Graphics. I'd say a mid-level computer can play this no problem. I like that they added some detail on when you crouch and go through a field of wheat or go through grass, you actually see grass bending down as you step on it. I found that those little graphical details to be really, really nice. You don't really see that in most games. When you walk through the grass, it just phases through you as if it can go through your head, no consequences. Here you see it bend, and I found that to be a very nice little detail. But the focus of this game is definitely the gameplay, right? Now, I find this game to be a little bit of a looter shooter, but you're not really looting for the sake of getting stuff so that you can buy something when you come out of the game itself. It's mostly a stealth-based shooter, I found. It's one of those games where when you die you lose your entire loadout that you go with, and it involves you landing in this area, which is the community calls the bayou. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. You land in this square area, you land in the bayou, find those clues across the map, which reduce the chunks of the map that you need to explore. You find the NPC boss, kill it, and extract with, I guess, the piece of it, with the bounty. And they do, exactly, Mizo's helping me out with a review here. I was gonna get to that. The gameplay focuses a lot on sound, like you mentioned. If you shoot on the top left corner of the map, the bottom left team heard you. Everybody knows where you are. If you start shooting, if you end up causing an explosion with a grenade or explode one of the random barrels on the map, they know where you are. Now, the part that I mentioned, landing, finding clues, finding the NPC boss, kill it, extract it alive, is the easy version of the game. Because, let's not forget, it's a multiplayer game, other teams are doing the same thing. And if you find teams along the way, well, it's shooting time. And because you're gonna shoot them, now everybody on the map knows that there's a team, maybe two teams somewhere, fighting. So now everybody knows where you are, and maybe they'll try to come to you. So, by nature, you want to be as silent as possible, and if you're killing, kill them efficiently, kill them fast, and get the hell out. By nature, I don't like this game. It feels like a multiplayer looter shooter with permanent loss every time you die. Permanent loss every time you die is something I don't like. The fact that it is a multiplayer looter shooter with permanent loss, it's basically a complete amalgamation of everything that I would never play. Same reason I don't like Dark and Darker or Escape from Tarkov. You can think of Escape from Tarkov as another type of game like this. So why did I play this game? Friends play this game. That's it. My recommendation is to play this game and approach it the same way I do. Play it casually. Don't let the fact that there's a competitive ladder go to your head. This game has ranks. You will be ranked based on an MMR. There's MMRs between 2,000 and 3,000, stuff like that. And you're gonna have between 1 and 6 stars. Don't worry about the stars. Don't worry about your MMR. Accept that every time you kill a person, maybe you've died 20 times and fucked up your MMR. Accept that no character loadout, no amount of grenades, of knives, no amount of healing items that you give to your character will last 3 games in a row. Accept that whatever you use to your character, you will lose. And go out to have some fun, if this is your style of game. Now, mechanically speaking, and I gotta give this to the game, there is a lot going for this game mechanically. The guns, MMR doesn't mean anything, fair. The guns are very realistic and very, I feel like they're centered around 1800s, maybe? Distance matters, bullet drop matters. If you use a silencer, it reduces your damage, from my understanding. The game will place an immense emphasis on directional sound. Like I said, if you shoot your gun, people know where you are. So the stealth aspect does suit me. I like the idea of being as stealthy as possible. Sometimes you're gonna end up playing with people that care more about wiping the whole server clean of players. Sometimes that goes well, it is fun, but I mean, it doesn't always go your way. With that being said, and this is another downside to the game, I find that this has an extremely high learning curve. You search for popular multiplayer games, even popular multiplayer shooting games, you don't see Hunt in the top 10. You don't see Hunt in the top 20. And that's because, at least from my perspective, it has an extremely high learning curve. And what I mean by that is that you start this game, you're overwhelmed by the menus. You have to buy characters, you have to get characters, you have to get weapons, you have to get grenades. At first you don't know exactly what you're gonna take. Does it make sense to take this trap? Where do I even place this trap? I have over 100 hours in this game. I still don't always know where to place traps. I'm bringing this gun with this pistol. What happens if I bring 2 pistols? What happens if I bring this rifle instead of that rifle? Oh, that rifle is more vertical recoil, horizontal recoil. What the fuck does that even mean? Every weapon has like 12 different metrics that you can hover your mouse around to learn about. And you're gonna lose a lot before you start getting good games. And when you have a good game, it doesn't mean that you got better. It just means that maybe you played with weaker people. It doesn't necessarily mean you got better. You got lucky more often than not. So what made this game fun especially was that I played it with friends, that I played it with other people, and that I played it casually, not worrying about it. Hey, you lose, you tag some people in the first game, maybe you killed 1 person in the second game you played, you're happy for the day. And I think that's the best way to play this game, because it can be, if losing, I don't find losing to be fun, and if losing gets to you, oh, this game will get to you, day 1. Absolutely. Now, the positives about this game, like I've mentioned, sound, graphically impressive, variety, it has a lot going for it. So I find it to be balanced. So I would place this within the B category. There's a lot in the B category. And I find this to be one of the better ones. I hesitate to give this one an A for one reason and one reason only that usually kills a lot of the respect I have for games. This game has a battle pass. And you can play money to buy skins. Skins, which some of them are actually advantageous to you, that hide you better in the scenery. Is this game pay to win? No. No, I would not say this game is pay to win. But they tread a line. It is pretty damn close to that. So I will place this here in the B rank. It is a good game. It is a game you will find difficult to start. it is a game you might need friends to play with to learn better about the game. The game does have a tutorial to help you out. It sucks. The tutorial is bad. It is extremely bad. It doesn't teach you half the stuff you need to know. A lot of important things you need to get from loathing tips, like using an alert trip mine to destroy a barrel. That's in a loathing screen tip. It's ridiculous. I think this game has a lot going for it that gives it a high score, but it is far from being one of the better ones. So I think B is a good rank for it. Okay, moving on to the next one. We're jumping to Into the Breach. Oh, this is another roguelite. Into the Breach. There we go.
Rated everyone 10 and up.
From the creators of Faster Than Light, by the way. Oh, there it is. Oh wait, this one's really good. This right here. I think the game does an extremely good job at telling you exactly the actions that you can take and what the consequences of them are. Whoops, that was my mistake. I went into the next game.
Rated everyone.
You can think of this as a roguelite that tries to be a bit chess-like. It's essentially a series of puzzles every turn. Oh, that was a bad play. Oh, damn, that was good. Into the Breach is a game that accomplishes something that really surprised me. It really tells you extremely well what you're supposed to do, what you can do, what you shouldn't do. It really communicates to the player everything the player needs to know. So Into the Breach, I mean, the story is alright. There's a bunch of bugs overwhelming the world. You lead soldiers to fight the bugs, save the world. There's really nothing there besides that. It's a roguelite. There's not going to be much story to it. Characters. You have variety in the teams that you're going to build for this type of game. Specifically, you get stuff like, what's it called? Web. You can have some characters that you play with are going to be like immune to being trapped, immune to being smoked, and they can't see a thing and they can't shoot. Some of them can move after shooting. All characters get their own special traits, and you have a variety of like 20 of them. Some characters give you more power right off the bat without any upgrades. But there is no real character progression, it's just the selection of characters that you choose to start a fight with. Now, as a roguelite, this is basically like, think of a chessboard where you have 3 characters, you have 3 pieces, and every turn, about 3 to 5 new pieces from the opponent jump into the field and threaten the towns that you are protecting. And every turn, you need to control the situation and minimize your losses, until you survive a number of turns or you just kill everybody. I think this managed to be very, very addictive. And it really is very complete. It will put you in interesting situations where you need to think outside the box. Do you want to hit yourself to push yourself away from the enemy? Do you want to take a hit to protect the town? Do you want to freeze yourself to be a wall to blockade an entire path? Do you want to push enemies so they hit each other? Do you want to burn them? Do you want to smoke them? Use electricity? Do you want to position them so that they attack a mountain instead of the city they're about to hit? You will be hard-pressed to find a roguelite that can very intuitively convey all information to the player. No matter the mission, no matter the turn, the situation, the team you're using, you always know the actions you can take, the actions the enemies can take, the consequences of those actions, the order of actions that are gonna happen, and if you're curious about something on the map, you can just hover and find out. You see a dam on the map, you can find out that if you destroy it, water comes in and washes away all the bugs, for example. So there's those small little mechanics too. Music, no personal opinion. I mean, the main theme slaps though, but that's about it. No real opinion. The music that you heard in the trailer is pretty much it throughout the whole game. And graphics, I mean, a potato PC runs this, and it costs like 10 bucks. It's one of the better... If Slay the Spire did not exist, this would probably be one of the best, if not the best roguelite out there. So I think this one at least deserves an A. And I'm actually gonna place this even above Hollow Knight, only because Hollow Knight's so short. You can finish Hollow Knight 100% it in 10 to 15 hours. That's the only reason I wouldn't consider it above a game like Into the Breach. Okay. Oh, this one's gonna be pretty short, actually. J-Star's Victory Versus. I didn't even get a trailer for this game, I don't think. I think I pretty much skipped it. Do I have a... I do not. Wonder if I can even find one. Yeah, that works. Let's watch this one. I don't know if this is a good one. Yep, that right there. Have you ever wanted an anime game where you can fight as Luffy against Gon from Hunter x Hunter, or against Ichigo from Bleach, or Luffy from One Piece? J-Star's Victory Versus is a fighting game that has grabbed pretty much all characters from popular franchises at the time. Think, this was basically the game before Jump Force existed. Was Aizen actually playable? Maybe it was. Yeah, it was playable. Wait, no it wasn't. I think he only had a Hado. I mean, the gameplay is what you see. It's one of those 3D, like, arcade battle, I guess that's what you would call it. That's really about it. Now, the story, you play with a couple of you play with a couple of characters and traverse the jump world, freeing other characters. I didn't care much for that. Now, about the characters. I found this game has a lot of variety and will probably even introduce you to some franchises you've never seen before. Maybe it'll make you interested in seeing them. Hell, there is a guy here which is Bobobo, I guess that's the name. It's a really long string of Bo syllables. And his whole shtick is that he can fight with his mustache. I've never seen that, and I was kind of interested at the time. I think that this... the music has a bunch of music from all the different anime. But the reason I played this game on my own, not streaming, but on my own time, was that I found this game to be better than Jump Force. It's much more anime style than its successor, which kind of failed, which was Jump Force, where all the characters felt very stiff. Here they had a lot more personality, felt a lot more alive. The game looks great for the time it came out. It's a PS3 game, let's be fair, it's a bit of an old game. Now, gameplay-wise, it is a bit simplistic. You have a few weak combos and strong combos, the classic, you know, spam square or square with a triangle at the end, or just triangles, and you get an ult. At the end of the day, for shonen anime fans, I think it's a good game for its variety of characters and the chance that it introduces you to something new. Some characters, there is an issue with balancing in this game, I find. Some characters are way more OP than others. Hiei from Yu Yu Hakusho comes to mind. That guy is a beast. He has an up B or up circle move where he teleports and immediately jumps onto your back and gives you 15 hits. Just like that. He is freaking OP, and his ultimate is one of the few ultimates in the game that actually has 2 phases. So it hits you first, and if you press the right button at the right time, you get a second phase dealing even more damage. And boosting you as well. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you think of the recent Jump Force or the Boku no Hero Academia game where you're set in a small little square and it's just one character versus another, there's not much beyond that. The only difference is that you pick 3 characters, and you know, if one of your characters dies, the second one comes in, and the first one to beat 3 characters wins. I wouldn't say there's nothing particularly special unless you really, really love anime and you want to play with a lot of anime characters, basically. With that being said, the age really, really shows. So this one, I would put this as possibly a low C tier. It would have been way higher, let's say 10 years ago, but it's an old game. I'll say that much. It is an old game. Okay, next trailer, and this one I actually have. I completely skipped that one. We got Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Oh, this one was I played for the memories, because I played this many years ago. This is basically after the first few Paper Mario games this came out. E3 2003, god damn, this is an old one. When I was a kid, I got jump scared in this part, the barrel part. Oh, I love these little actions you could do with fire, with lightning, with the hammer, with spinning. Yep, jumping on the barrel so you could move the barrel. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. That's a throwback. Okay, this game. I mean, nothing really to say here about graphics, right? This is from the Game Boy Advance era. This is a really old game. This is basically what came out after a few Paper Mario games and tried to be a bit more of a... It's definitely your standard JRPG. Story-wise, the Mario and Luigi series introduced these villains called Fawful and Caclata, which was a breath of fresh air from Bowser. If you play the Mario and Luigi series, at some point Bowser even becomes your ally. The characters, I mean, you got your usual suspects, right? You have Mario, you have Luigi, you have Bowser, but they introduce other characters, bean-like characters. There's not really Toads in this franchise, that make it feel a little bit more fresh and not just your staple Nintendo stuff. Now, gameplay-wise, this is where the game really shone, right? I mean, for me, it's usually for gameplays where it shines. This is a bit more complete of your standard JRPG compared to something like Super Mario RPG, for example, that came out way before that game, way earlier. You have Mario and Luigi, but you have equipment. You can equip outfits. You can equip badges. You have a leveling system that, though simple, you can choose to upgrade your attack, your defense, your speed, aka how fast you're gonna move, how early you're gonna move in a fight. It is still turn-based. And you can also improve something like your mustache, for example, which I'm pretty sure it's just the luck factor in the game. The game itself is pretty simple. You can grind levels as much as you want, but it introduced something which at the time was pretty rare. Most JRPGs at the time in the 90s involved you walking around an area and randomly being ambushed, right? If you think of something like Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, and 3, the earlier Personas, the earlier Dragon Quests, the Final Fantasies, all of those games had the same JRPG method of fighting, which involved you walking around the map and suddenly boom, trigger a fight. Kind of like Pokemon. You walk around the caves, boom, Zubat. And Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga did it different. Did something that quite a few JRPGs do it today. You have the enemies on the map and you fight them if you want to, or you just ignore them. So you have the choice to grind, or you have the choice to go through with the story. I think that was a pretty good improvement. With that being said, if you just choose to avoid grinding altogether, the bosses can get challenging. They have their own little moves and combos that sometimes require a bit of an eye to notice what they're gonna do. Some enemies are pretty simple, and they're gonna tell you, oh, I'm gonna raise my right arm, so I'm about to attack Mario. I'm gonna raise my left arm, I'm gonna attack Luigi. But sometimes you have to look at like a quick stare at their eyes that lasts like a split second, so you know where you're gonna get attacked and how. I found it challenging, especially because I played this game on stream under a challenge where every time I leveled up, I would only upgrade the mustache. So I was only upgrading the luck factor, which didn't matter at all. Honestly, I didn't even feel like it did anything. So there is that. I was basically fighting as weak as I could. Overall, I think it's one of the first few instances of JRPGs I've played, so yes, nostalgia does play a bit of a factor, but it is still one of those games that shows its age. I became pretty much a sucker for JRPGs early on, and when you start diving into more detailed JRPGs, when you play a bit of the Final Fantasy ones, when you play Shin Megami Tensei, when you play Persona, you've seen what JRPGs can be, and then you come back to Mario and Luigi, and it does not measure up. So I would say this game is a high C. I think this game is a high C. Within the Mario and Luigi series, even later iterations do it better, in my opinion. Now we're jumping to the Megaman series, and this was a long series of games that I played this year. Do I have trailers, like individual trailers for that? I don't think I do. Well, I do for the other games, but not for 1 and 2. Yeah, I just have the Legacy collection. Yeah, I played all 6 games from this collection. Easy as fuck. Gutsman is just easy. Standard tutorial right there. That's in later games. That's not in the first few ones, including the dark chips. Yeah, this... Not the music player, but what they're probably gonna show after. No? That was a thing? Oh, I didn't do that. Doesn't really matter. It's not 10 games, it's 6. It's just that games have 2 different versions. It is the most complete collection out there, I'll give him that much. But I would like to at least talk about these games one by one, because the stories are all connected. These 6 games tell the full story of Land Hikari, and I think it's important to go through each one individually, because these games can be different enough. Different enough that it's important to highlight the differences. Starting off with the first one, obviously in a game like this, story is always going to be very important. And being the first game, I mean, you already know that this is going to be very, very green and experimental. It basically explains the origin of Megaman as what is essentially like an AI fighter, your digital partner. I don't think this game stands on its own, because you hear almost the entire game about net battlers fighting crime and this organization that acts almost like a police, and you don't really get to become one until the second game. The first game is more about introductions to characters. introducing Lan, introducing his 3 friends, whose names I've already fucking forgotten. Jesus Christ. It was I only don't remember the operators. I remember the AI partners. Your parents, Mr. Famous, the guy that runs the shop. Now, personally, I gotta be honest, character-wise, I'm more of a fan of Megaman Star Force characters. Mile, I remember. Didn't really care much about Mile, Dex, or the rich kid. Again, I forgot about the name. The Proto Man himself, the AI handler, I find him very cool, but the handler is kind of an asshole in the first game. Chad. Megaman himself, also cool, but his handler is extremely clueless and overly dense, and that does not change across 6 games. So it requires a bit of patience that you're controlling a main character that is extremely fucking dumb. Now, graphics, it's Game Boy Advance, really. It's almost basically a 16-bit game, except it's not a purely side-scrolling 2D game. I was never really into the original Mega Man games. I really only got into Mega Man when it became the Battle Network series, like this one, which is basically a 3x3 grid combat, or the Mega Man Star Force series, which is more like a 3x1 combat, and your opponent gets everything else. Music, it feels almost techno at times. It's very upbeat, it's in line with the battle gameplay, but no further opinion beyond that. Gameplay of this game, so I think it's a solid entry to the series for you to understand what Battle Network is. You're basically placed in a 3x3 area, and it's a grid shooter. It's fairly simple. You can move up, down, left, right, and you can shoot the enemy that's also on his own 3x3 area. The game kept it very, very accessible. You just move around this area and you shoot. It just adds 2 features. Well, I mean, this collection included 2 features that were not in the original game. Buster Max, so you can turn on a little feature that allows you to skip all the grinding by simply insta-killing enemies, and chip skills. The Mega Man Battle Network series, about the chip skills. The Battle Network series always had this thing where in Japan, if you went in person to a store, you would get access to chips that nobody else had. So if you were unlucky enough that you were playing this game anywhere else in the world, well, you're not getting those. This collection gives them all to you. So you're paying $60 for 6 games, 10 if you want to include the other differences, but realistically 6 games that have everything that was ever exclusive to Japan before. I think it's a decent introduction to the game, but I will say it starts off average and it goes up later. So I'm gonna put that over here. Mega Man 1 will be here. And then we jump to Mega Man 2. I don't have a trailer for this one really, but I think that 1 and 2, the story is pretty much connected, and it's really only complete when you play the 2 games. In the second game, I believe that in the first game you were fighting an evil organization called WWW that was controlled by Dr. Wily. And in the second game, after you thwart that organization, you get basically the successors, in a sense, the Team Gospel, which aims, just like the first game, to create the ultimate pet, or the ultimate digital battler, if you will. And the story carries on immediately from the first game, with the end of the school year, so it's basically during your summer vacations, which means that now you get to explore new areas. You get like a camping area, an airport area, and you get access to a net battler center, and I'll get to that in a minute. Character wise, I mean, no different. There's barely any difference. Again, 1 and 2 are very much connected. The Proto-Man's handler is still a bit of an asshole, but he's a bit less overbearing. And over time, as you advance through the story and keep on unintentionally helping him with his job, he starts trusting you a little bit more and opening up a little bit more, especially once you become a net battler. And that's again the connection to the first game. You learn more about the net battlers, you get access to the center, you work through the license to become a net battler. And that leads on to the introduction of side quests, which is a part of the gameplay aspect. This game took the first game and expanded on it by introducing first side quests. They were a great addition to the game. To be fair, you could completely ignore them, and for the most part I did, unless you feel the need to get more money really quick or get some stronger chips. But the game is very accessible, the side quests are fully optional. But the game also introduces suits. You start getting different types of armor that you can equip. So you can get an armor of fire, so your charged shot now is a flamethrower. You can get a charged shot of water, and so on. And it adds another layer to think about, because if you have a suit of armor, you're now weak to water viruses, for example. If you have a water armor, you're weak to electric viruses. So depending on the area that you are, the viruses that you're fighting, you might want to think about that a bit better, depending on the boss you're about to face, and so on. You cannot swap these mid-battle. So you already need to know the fight you're about to get into and swap to get the advantage, or, you intentionally challenge yourself with a disadvantages type. Again, because it is an introduction, I don't think the suits were that important. You can fight without them. That's not a problem. It's just a feature that is there. So even though it was an improvement, it didn't have the weight, or at least I don't think it had the weight that Capcom hoped it did. So I think that this is still in the C category, but higher. So I'll place this above the first game. I'll give him that much. But not good enough to make it to the B category. And then we jump to the third game. And for that one, I do have a trailer. I actually found one. There we go. Another oldie. Every game pretty much has the same type of gameplay. If it's the Battle Network series, it's the same gameplay. The only difference in the battles is the introduction of new viruses and new mechanics, new ways that they can attack you. Oh, and this was the first game that came out with 2 variants. That's really about it. Okay. Now, story-wise, Megaman Battle Network 3 is a way better version than the previous 2. I can start with that. Story-wise, or even gameplay-wise. So from the story, if before you had fought in game 1 the WWW organization by Dr. Wily, and in the second game you fight the Team Gospel, in the third game you find out, and yes, there's gonna be spoilers of course, you find out that Dr. Wily, the villain of the first game, is back, still alive, so you're back to the WWW organization. And this is the point in the game where you get a bit more character development for Chad. You get introduced to his dad, so you learn about the kid's daddy issues. The ending, to be fair, had a few inconsistencies. You will find out that the final island you were in came crashing down, but 10 hours later people were conducting search on the island that supposedly crashed down. I don't know what the fuck was that. But either way, I think that was minor stuff that only happened at the very end. However, and I think that this really helped boost the story, there's actually good plot twists. The story had 2 pretty good plot twists I never saw coming, though I'm not going to mention them, and what's possibly the best moment I've seen in all 6 games, where you have a chance to solve things digitally, and the main character's response is to straight up throw his phone at a man's head. Fuck it, we're going physical. That was really, really good. Just throws his Navi at a man's head, knocking him on the ground. Best way to solve things. Characters, like I mentioned, they're all pretty much the same. Chad gets a bit of character development. Lan reverted. I mean, once you save the world twice and you see the worst in people, you'd expect a kid to develop, right? But he was one naive idiot this game. Especially in this game, it was a bit unbearable. Music, I mean, the music doesn't really change across all 6 games, really. It's literally a sequel. There's not much more to add to that. It has the same techno-ish feel. The graphics, it's the same engine, except one of the features is that now Mega Man can get really, really tiny in the map, so you can really count the individual pixels, I'll give you that. Now, gameplay, this game was better. They started making the maps simpler at this point in the game. They've added colors to highlight what's the main road and what's the branching paths. That was a godsend. You could easily get lost in the first two games. And now it's very, very simple to go where you want to go or explore if you want to explore the net. And it's also the first game that introduces the Navi customizer, which removes the need to search for power-ups. In the first two games, you had to search for power-ups around the map, and those power-ups would increase your attack, your speed, or how fast you could charge a shot. And in this game, that doesn't exist. You get the Navi customizer, where you have a 4x4, later 5x5 inventory with different power-ups that you find along the game. Maybe you found a speed +1 or a speed max or an attack +2, and you assort them in that 4x4 or 5x5 area as if you're playing Tetris. Also, compared to the previous two games, the final boss, actually pretty tough. If you just face him head on without planning, I think it was the hardest final boss I've played in all 6 games. There will be, though, multiple ways to cheese it, multiple chip decks that you can build to make it easier. And if you do what I did, which was to refuse to upgrade my suits, and that's another thing, the game introduces suits in a way that as you play, you get a style of suit, for example, fire, and you play some more, and you can choose to move to the next suit or upgrade the one you have. And what I did in this game was I upgraded my first suit to the max, got the second suit, and I never moved past the second suit. So when I got to the final boss, I had the wood style. The wood style can heal in grass patches. So I faced the boss with the undershot perk, which basically means if I have at least 2 HP, I never die, because I get 1 HP. And I had a deck that revolved setting up a grass stage, so that while I was under invincible iframes, I healed at least 1 HP. So I created a deck where I was immortal, because I healed through grass, so I always had at least 2 HP, no matter what. And that's how I beat the final boss. I cheesed it. I think this was a pretty good game. Definitely one of the better ones for Mega Man. And this one definitely crosses the C and starts entering the B realm. I played the blue version. It's not really relevant if you play the red or the blue one. It's, yeah. I'll put this one, I think, above F-Zero. Mega Man 3. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I'm happy with that. Let's jump now to game number 4. I don't know if the trailer is gonna tell me anything, though. Yeah, same style of play. It's again 2 versions. Same old town from the previous games. Maybe some new enemies. I don't know if some of these existed in previous ones. Oh yeah. Right. We'll get to this point in a moment. Oh god, yeah. The storylines. That shield is such BS, I never use that. You don't need to trade programs and chips. In the Switch version you can just use online. Back in the day there was the link cable. I had one. Oh, and that's it. Shit, we already jumped to 5. There we go, back here. Game 4. Oh god, this one. Yeah. This game's a filler. In a series of 6 games, this game's a filler. I'm sorry. The filler, kidnapping, rhythm minigame dog shit the game. There is a massive tone shift in whatever little seriousness there is in a game like this when you have to play against a ghost. They introduced a ghost in this story, an actual ghost. There's also a loss in seriousness when you have to deal with a kidnapping that later turns out to be fake. twice. There are 2 fake kidnappings in this game. Or an entire scenario of a date between Lan and Mael, which, you know, it was sweet, but into the storyline, it felt forced. The moment that they chose to do that. It felt like I was playing a filler episode, but in a video game. The problem is that all scenarios in this game felt like fillers. Literally everything. And that's not all. When you jump into the story, there is a clear problem. In this game, the focus is that, you know, you've already saved the world 3 times, but for some reason, you have to go through a tournament to prove that you're the best net battler in the world, even though, again, you've saved the world 3 times by now. Again, fillery. And the way these tournaments go and the story goes was done with a very weird method of branching storylines that I thank the Lord this never ever got popular in games. Basically what they did was you play the game in the normal difficulty, and in the tournament you see certain people advancing the brackets, certain people failing, not advancing, and you play certain people as you go up and you win the tournament. And there are 3 tournaments that you do this in. You beat the first tournament, second, third. That's the whole story of the game. But then you're supposed to, and I kid you not, play the game in hard mode, and as you play, you unlock new bosses because different people will advance the brackets, and you play different bosses and the story develops in a different direction. And then you're supposed to play it in super hard, which makes the brackets grow yet another different way, so you find out the 3rd final storyline. And I'm not done. Depending on the version of the game, you fight different people and you have different stories. Now, would I have played this game more than once? Maybe, if the game wasn't all filler. Because everything feels like a filler in this game. So yeah, it's ass. The story is ass. I am glad that this did not go through. This is considered the worst of the Battle Network games. And again, character-wise, it is because the entire game felt like filler that the characters suffer. The only small character development was really Lan and Mael going on a date, which really goes nowhere. Lan is so fucking dense he never even realized he was on a date in the first place anyway. No new character you meet feels relevant. There is one character that if you play the game 2 times, you will see in the next game, hey, he's actually here and he's relevant to the story now. Who cares? Most people will play this game once and never see it anyways. It honestly felt like every NPC you talked to was just like the first little girl you talked to in the game. It turns out to be an irrelevant ghost. That's it. To be fair, graphics-wise, there is a clear improvement. This is the point in the game where there was a slight shift. It is a little bit less pixelated. It's still that 2D, I wouldn't say blocky-ish, but almost 16-bit kind of game, but much, much less. There's a little bit more detail. Now, gameplay-wise, what to say besides the 3x3 grid battle? It introduces 2 new features that are here to stay until the end of the Megaman series. The Dark Chips, and the Emotion Window. They are a pretty good idea on paper. Your character has an emotion window, and if you play well, he is positive. If he takes a lot of damage, he gets grimmer, more pessimistic, and if you get overly dark, you can use Dark Chips, which are way more powerful, but have consequences of permanently cutting into your HP. The idea is good. In practice, this is what they did. To trigger Dark Chips in battle, you need to get hit 5 to 6 times in a row. If you are just mildly decent at the game, maybe this will happen to you 1 or 2 times. Other than that, you will never be in a situation to use Dark Chips unless you get hit on purpose. So, decent idea, realistically, it's not even necessary. It's too annoying of a cost to use Dark Chips, and the permanent cost of losing HP really makes you think twice before you use them. Now, the second thing that they added was introducing full synchro. That was a good idea. Before this, in the 3 previous games, when you countered an enemy, so if you hit them with a big hit just before they attacked, nothing happened. Now it does. If you hit a counter, your next chip, card, whatever you want to call it, gets double the power. That's pretty good. And that's also here to stay. Other than that, no massive changes to the game. They've added some dogshit minigames that feel more intrusive to your progress than fun. It's just, a lot of this game is just down the fucking drain. And again, the gameplay introductions are good on paper, but they kind of fall flat in my opinion. Which is why for me this game is definitely the first one that makes it to the F rank. I think this was the worst, possibly the worst game I played this year. And now we're going to the fifth one. This is literally jumping to the other spectrum. This was a damn good game. Again, you have two versions. Okay, this is the team I actually used. So you got Proto Man, you've got your healer with a shitty-ass grenade, you've got the Search Man, the Magnet Man, and the helicopter guy is an amazing scout, and you got the Napalm guy, which is the best damage dealer. Or these others in the game. I never played this game. I never used the Colonel. I've used the Tomahawk chip before. Okay, you have Numberman, I didn't know. Guardman, whatever the fuck this guy was called. A ninja. And oh, the Frogman was in this game, okay. I never really played the Colonel version. Right, we're gonna talk about this this later. Liberation system, yeah. I love this. I think this will be divisive between Megaman Battle Network fans, but I absolutely love this system. You now get to fight in two sides, if you choose to have difficult battles for yourself. And you get to fuse with other Navis. Chaos Unison. Oh yeah, Double Soul, that's what they call it. Right, this is basically learning a little bit about the past. This doesn't apply. You can just do battles with the collection system online. You don't really need the... Never actually did that mode. Not even sure if it's available nowadays. Okay, that's jumping into the sixth one. Oh, there we go. Megaman Battle Network 5. If the fourth one was the worst one, the fifth one was the best one. Damn. But first, story-wise. I think the story was a lot more compact, if that makes sense. I mean, the gist of it is, you know, the villain from the previous games, from the previous game returns. In Battle Network 4, you had a villain which is called Dr. Regal, which is later revealed to be Wily's son. And he returns in Game 5, kidnaps your father, and he's looking for a Hikari report, which could create a network based on people's souls. I mean, that's the gist of it, really. But after the Soul Net removes the villain's last 10 years worth of memories, he is good guy now, GG's. That's about it. The story, is pretty meh. Possibly even bad. Characters, we actually lose a little bit on the characters, I think, because other than Lan, you get in a situation where your friends' digital pets get stolen. So the friends that you're so used to, like Gutsman and Roll, show up for less than 1% of the game because they got stolen. You just don't see them. And instead you're introduced to entirely new characters. Now, gameplay is where this thing really shone because it introduced a new system. You don't just go around the net searching for the place to trigger the next cutscene and Now you watch the cutscene and then you go back to searching the net and you fight on a 3x3. It adds to it. Now you have liberation missions. And you already know that I am extremely biased towards turn-based tactics games. So when I saw that this game introduced kind of an overworld tactics kind of system, I immediately said on stream that this was probably the best game in the Megaman Battle Network series. It basically introduces a way to... Actually, let's go back to the original trailer. It introduces a system where... Where is it? Where is it? Where was it? Oh, there we go. Liberation missions. There we go. Which pretty much looks like this. You enter an area of the net that normally you would just walk around, but first you need to liberate it. And it has a lot of these dark panels. And a lot of the game involves you using the new characters that you have access to, and you can control all of them. You actually play with this guy, you play with Proto Man, you play with Napalm Man, you no longer play just with Megaman. And you use them to defeat these little squares, each square is a battle, until you can clear out the big holes, or you can clear out some items to make it easier for you. Maybe there's some bonus panels along the way, defeat stronger enemies. And if you are more surrounded by dark panels, the battle gets tougher. Maybe you have to battle surrounded on two sides. Maybe you have to fight to the left and you have to fight to the right. Or you get an easier battle and you just get your standard 3x3. Now, that really introduces a layer of thought to the game. Because there are rewards here. If you liberate a map, let's say... Hey, I'm gonna tell you can liberate the map in 10 turns, but I'm gonna give you a bonus gift if you do it in 8. Now you're gonna start thinking, okay, what do I have to do, in what order, to really like clean up everything all the way to the first dark hole and clean up an entire chunk of the map in 1 turn, maybe 2. And that's when battles start getting crucial. I have to beat this battle within this turn, otherwise I'm not gonna make it. Which brings me to the point that this game has a very annoying monster, which is a door that only attacks when it gets next to you. That's a really annoying beast because it's... I think it was immune to anything, unless it was... Oh, there was something that was immune to swords, there was one that only attacked next to you. There are some very annoying beasts in this game. But gameplay-wise, it made you think a lot more. And I think that was... really a great introduction to add some sense of difficulty and variety to the series, instead of it just being the same 3x3 shooty bang bang. Yep, that's about it, I think. I mean, graphics-wise it's the same as the 4th game, you know, it loses a bit of the blocky-ish feel, but it's nothing more to add to that. So, where would I even put this? I mean, I am biased to turn-based tactics. To me, this is a low A. I think this one deserves it. But at the same time, the fact that the story is not as relevant, I think the best story is still 3. I think I'm happy placing this just above 3 because I value gameplay a lot more than anything else in a game. I'm happy just keeping it a little above 3. 3 wins on the story. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, and finally we jump to number 6.
Rated E for everyone.
Fangs or wings, which version do you want? I went for the Gregor. I never used the beast. I actually never used the transformation. It's ridiculously OP, but I just never needed it. I like that they advertise these buzzwords like cross-system as if it's such a big thing, when it's really just, you know, select the chip and now you can transform into this character. Oh yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, yeah. It shoots so fast. Your basic shot is a Gatling gun that never runs out of ammo. I like that the trailer is actually very honest. I mean, besides battling, if I remember correctly, this game did not add much. This is again one of the weaker entries. Yeah, and that's about it. Okay, we can just jump from here to the actual tier list. Okay, so the story at this point, what have we seen happen from the previous 5 games? WWW organization comes in, then Gospel, then WWW again, then Dr. Regal for the last 2 games, and that gets fixed. The story here is really focused on those 2 beasts, actually. You have these 2 massive beasts that threaten the internet. Story-wise, you know, it's not the weakest, but it's definitely not the strongest. It introduces something that left me a very bad taste in the end, which was Dr. Wily's redemption, after basically trying to destroy the world at least twice. The fact that he gets redemption and off scot-free left a very bad taste. I really hate that they brought him back a 3rd time instead of just having Dr. Regal from the immediate previous game just reawaken his original memories. It felt like a poor attempt at recovering a villain that already had plenty of spotlight on him. Dr. Wily did not need to appear again. Other than that, yeah, you're gonna get to absorb one beast like you saw in the trailer, and the story revolves a lot that because you have essentially one of the 2 major powers of the world is coming after you to take the beast from within you. And you're gonna have to deal with that, with the consequences of that. Character-wise, I think this was also one of the worst decisions for the Battle Network storyline. They, for no reason, at this point, Lan has always been in the same hometown called ACDC. You've been in the ACDC town for 5 games. Maybe some buildings changed places from between the games, but you've always lived in this hometown. And for no reason, the beginning of this game has you move away from ACDC town, because your father got a job at a fancier new place. This does 2 things. First, it absolutely killed any potential development with the friends you met in ACDC Town that you already met throughout 5 games. Male, Yai, and Dex. Yep. Male, Yai, and Dex. It completely, basically, just removed them. And B, introduced completely new characters at a point in the story where things are ending. We're reaching an end. Now, the new characters, they could have been a good addition if Mick, one of the little kids you meet, was not an insufferable asshole. If Tab, the guy that's running the shop, wasn't just a statue that just exists for the sake of running the chip shop. And if Iris, the girl you meet that basically acts like a phantom, didn't have the emotional range of a fish. So why replace 3 characters that already had so much development and introduce 3 new ones that are barely present as it is? And you want to know what this change was all for in the end? So that in the end credits, you move back to ACDC Town anyways. Yep. That happened. So, yeah, like I said, not the weakest story. The 4th one is still worse, but god damn, it's not the strongest. Gameplay, no changes. You still have the counter reward of having double damage on a chip, like that was introduced in the 4th game, it was kept in the 5th. You have your emotion window, you have your dark chips that you're realistically never gonna use. Introducing the beasts did not make them any more necessary than soul linking with the other guys from the previous games. Like before, you could fuse with Napalm Man, you could fuse with Tomahawk Man, you could... Those are the soul links, right? You could fuse with other people. Introducing the beasts didn't make them more necessary than the soul links. You can still play fine without them. Now, one thing they did wrong, though. They removed the liberation missions. That was a downside. At least compared to the 5th game, that was definitely a downside. You no longer liberate. And I still think that the 5th game was tried the most innovation in that department. So overall, where do I put the 6th? Well, it's hard to be worse than the 4th, but I think this one is a D. I think this is definitely below 1 and 2, at least the introductory ones. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll put it there. Not as bad as the 4th. It's very hard to be as bad as the Mega Man 4 was. Okay, and now we're finally away from the Mega Man series. That was 6 games. We can talk about other games. Oh, this one I played in my free time. When I just wanted to play some small thing. This is pretty much a mobile game. I played this on PC though. Never do that. Try not to cross roads as much as possible. Mini Motorways, I like this image. Mini Motorways is exactly this. First you open up with one red house and one red little spot, and you connect the road to the little spot. And then another second red house pops up, and you connect that house to the road, and you have 2 houses connected to the red spot. And then you have a blue house and a blue spot, and you need to connect them, preferably in a way that it doesn't intersect with the red road you already built. But then you have maybe a house on this side of the water and the yellow spot there. So now you need to introduce bridges or maybe a highway. Maybe you introduce some street lights because you have to, or a roundabout because you have to intersect some areas. And at some point it just balloons so much that you inevitably lose. The only goal in this game is to see how far you can go. You're going to lose. The point of the game is to lose at some point. Tunnels through the mountains, yep. And then things start getting really complex. And that's about it. It's literally just that. A small little game to pass the time. So, I mean, no story here, no characters here. The music is really just a very light BGM that plays on loop. It's basically a phone game, so not very computationally demanding. It's literally just that city planning game. You add some streetlights, some roundabouts to try and control the mayhem, and ultimately you will lose. It's one of those that you find when you want to just plug and play for like 20-30 minutes to kill some boredom. I'm gonna put this one in the average C tier, but it's one of the strongest C tiers. I think I'll put this above God of Weapons, actually. Put that one there. Happy with that. Monster Hunter Stories is the next one. Okay.
Ready for the ride of a lifetime?
I had trouble finding gameplay of this.
Welcome to the vast and vibrant world of Monster Hunter. As a rider in this RPG adventure, you'll explore diverse landscapes by riding your Monstie, a monster companion. Gather materials such as honey and ore, then use them to craft items for your journey. But beware of the many monsters roaming about. Some are docile, but others may suddenly ambush you. To fight, you'll team up with your Monstie and use weapons and skills to overwhelm enemy monsters in turn-based battles. Win, and you'll be rewarded with their materials, which can be forged into new weapons and armor. Hey, is that an egg? You might be able to hatch a new Monstie. Incredibly powerful Monsties can also hatch from rare eggs. Need more traveling buddies? Join up with friends for co-op multiplayer quests and battles. Buckle up, Ryder. It's going to be a real monster of an adventure. Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin soars onto Nintendo Switch July 9th.
Yeah, that was the closest thing I could find that showcased some gameplay. Monster Hunter Stories 2. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, that was my first introduction to Monster Hunter as a whole, as a franchise. It's not, I know it's not the typical Monster Hunter experience of just raiding monsters as a group in like a multiplayer setting. In most Monster Hunter games, you know, Rise, World, and so on, you gather with other people, find a strategy to beat a monster. You have to learn everything about a monster, get the right weapons, get the right armor, raid a monster with a proper strategy to beat them, reap the rewards so you can build new armor, rinse, repeat. This one being a bit more of a JRPG, I felt it was more like an introduction more up my alley, which is why I tried this out. Now, the story, it's the typical, you're the descendant of a badass kind of story, and you as the future badass need to go out into the world and solve everybody's problems. Now, how does this game play? That's what made me play the game, really. It's a JRPG style Pokemon-like, in the sense that you're going to be capturing monsters. The difference is that instead of capturing monsters, you're going to steal eggs from their nests. In hindsight, a little bit heartless, but yeah, you end up doing that. Other than that, what really pushed me into playing the game was the way the gameplay mechanic functioned, which actually, let's go back there, which was this system right here, and what you see here with the speed attacks. That's what made me play the game, because you have each and every monster has its own personality. This was a breath of fresh air compared to the classic, you know, Pokemon, Digimon, Persona, Shin Megami Tensei, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest. This gave the monsters a lot more personality. You need to actually pay attention to the specific monster that you are fighting and aim at specific body parts that will maybe render them unable to move for a turn. And as you fight with your monster, you are basically playing like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing, where they can go for power, technique, or speed. Red, green, and blue. And red beats green, green beats blue, blue beats red, kind of like Pokemon in that sense. It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors in that sense. But each and every monster will have its own preferred way of attacking. Some monsters will prefer, you know, power moves or technique or speed, and you need to know exactly what to attack them with what specific monster if you want to. Because some of your monsters will prefer to use green moves or blue moves or red moves as well. So you need to play around that. And as you fight in kinship with your monsters and you keep winning the rock, paper, scissors, you will be able to actually ride your monster and do combo moves. It felt very fun, ultimately. Now, for the downside of the game, this game makes it so that fighting on your own without any partner by your side is a tremendous spike in difficulty. Because normally what happens is that you will fight you yourself with a weapon, your monster, and you usually have a partner with its own monster. So you have a team of 4 against one beast. And your partner can heal, can attack, can take hits for you. When you fight without an AI partner, and that happens at some points in the story, for a short period of time, the AI has fewer targets to go for, and therefore will target you a lot more. The main story will force you into this, and after a major event in the story, for some godforsaken reason, the game takes such a huge spike in difficulty that you will need to grind levels, because you will struggle without a partner. But besides the difficulty spike, it was a breath of fresh air. The combat mechanics felt very different, much more innovative compared to the usual JRPG, which is why I even played this in the first place. Now, music, really only the battle music stood out to me. It was fitting, but nothing to write home about, just bum, 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 just the usual to pump you up. Now, graphics. Graphics are actually my biggest pet peeve with this game. I would recommend, if you're curious about this game, try and play it on a different platform. I play this on the Switch. Try not to. I'm glad I only paid $30 for this game. The graphics are okay-ish, but I felt the controls when riding a monster, they were very clunky, very stiff. The performance on the Switch is dookie nuts. I was walking around in the overworld and sometimes I felt like I was playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet all over again, with the frame rate. Graphics, again, kind of like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, a little bit, like, you know when you have a character that's so poorly rendered, you have like a white border around them? You had that in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It was the same way here. So, yeah, it felt like the performance was really poor. I'm sure that this plays a lot differently on the Switch. With that being said, where do I place this? This is either a very low C or a high D, to be honest. I would not recommend this game. I don't think this is a good introduction to Monster Hunter as a whole, to be honest. And as a JRPG, you always have better options. I think I'm going to put this in the D category, but the higher D. It's close to a C. I think it loses a lot of rank for me because I played it on the Switch, and definitely recommend if you really want to try this style of combat, where you have to focus on body parts and play in tandem with your beast, try playing this in a different platform. Okay, let's move to Persona 5 Tactica.
In Persona 5 Tactica, mastering the techniques at your disposal might just be the key to assuring your victory as you fight back against the oppressive forces of Legionnaires.
These are all cutscenes.
The battlefield in Persona 5 Tactica allows your team to move and perform an action of your choice each turn. Be sure to place your squad strategically, factoring in the best position to line up a shot to deal the most damage, as well as taking cover to protect yourself from enemy attacks. Always carefully consider your options and choose your moves wisely to keep an advantage over your enemies. One key technique that can turn the tide of a battle is lashing out a triple threat. This special move occurs when all three members
I still remember every single one of these maps.
being targeted to create an all-out
well, to be fair, I played this, what, 2 months ago? Less,
there are 5 different
a month and a half.
levels to choose from in Persona 5 Tactica, and you can change them during the game at any time.
Yeah, this is important. The difficulty, for the first time in an Atlas game, difficulty does not matter. They're all pretty much the same.
Difficulty level affects the
Which is
amount
the
of
downside.
times you can use Baton Pass, among other things. If one of your comrades is caught off guard and KO'd, you'll be able to use Baton Pass to bring in one of your
Badly
standby
played.
units. Easier difficulties will allow for multiple uses of Baton Pass, while harder modes only allow for just one. Not all of your tactics will be available from other modes.
Like she said, when a character dies, you can use Baton Pass to swap it for another. But if you're really aiming to get full rewards on a map, you are never going to use Baton Pass anyway. So that's really irrelevant.
Only allow for just one. Not all of your tactics will be available from the jump, but you'll unlock them as you progress. Be sure to visit the Velvet Room to keep your personas as effective as possible in combat. Also, there are a variety of paths to choose from in each character's skill tree. Discover which path.
Oh, is it back? I lost connection for a moment. I think it's okay now. Okay. Was worried there for a second. Alright, I think everything is back on. Good. I was saying I think this is pretty much everything. I don't think this is going to explain anything else.
Persona 5 Tactica release.
Yeah, I think that this is pretty much it. We can jump to the tier list. Okay, Persona 5 Tactica. And you've already known by now that I'm a sucker for tactics games. This was a kind of game that I was on the fence. I didn't know if I was gonna buy this, because I love Persona 5. I absolutely do. It's the best JRPG there is for me, but the comic book style was something I really couldn't get into. So I was really on the fence on the fence on whether I should buy this or not. But I am a fan of Persona 5, I am a fan of turn-based tactics games, so, you know, I'll be the sucker. So I did buy it. It grew on me as I played it, I'll give it that much. Now, story-wise, I did care for the story and its characters. I think it was pretty decent, but at some point midway through, it really hit me hard that the entire plot revolves around taking a random salaryman in Japan in his late 30s, who still has the wimpy mind of a 10-year-old, and make him grow the fuck up by force. The moment that hit, it took a little of my excitement away, but it bounces back once the plot starts focusing a lot more on the cognition aspect of the world, which is what Persona 5 usually does. So it did bounce back. Now, characters, it's the same lovable cast from Persona 5, but now you have two new additions. It adds Erina and Toshiro. The main cast really is already so well established. This is the problem, right? The main cast is so well established by now that it's near impossible to really integrate anyone new. Haru was already hard to integrate in Persona 5, period. She gets very little screen time. But I think Erina and Toshiro by themselves bounce off each other pretty well. And it was fun watching them grow, and recovering their memories and ultimately become more adult. Music, it's Atlas. Music is always a 10 out of 10 with the studio. Persona games, Shin Megami Tensei games, they nail the music. Music is usually a trigger that does make me buy a game, and if Atlas is working on a game, I'm always curious about the music. And given it's based off of Persona 5 style of music, you know what you're coming in for. If you've played Persona 5 or Persona 5 Strikers, it's the exact same style. Graphics, like I said, I was turned off by the comic book art style, but you know, sucker for Atlas games, sucker for turn-based tactics. I got used to the art style earlier than I expected. Within the first hour, maybe two, so it grew on me. Now, gameplay, and this is the part that I did not expect. The game actually falls off in gameplay. I think the game put really heavy focus on Persona 5 and very light focus on tactics. I chose to play this game on hard mode. I didn't go merciless because I expected from an Atlas game merciless to be literally merciless. If you don't know, if you play Shin Megami or Persona games, with Atlas, difficulty is difficult. When you pick a normal mode, it feels normal. And when you pick a hard mode, it feels hard. And I was disappointed to find out that was not the case here. I played this game on hard, not merciless, but from what I heard, playing in normal, hard, merciless, it makes no difference on the AI. What makes a difference is on how much money you get, how fast you level up, and how many tag outs or baton passes you get. So when a character dies, how often can you have a chance to replace them? Now, since it doesn't make a difference, since it only makes a difference on these three metrics, money, experience, and number of baton passes, it makes no difference on how the AI thinks. Whether you play easy or merciless, the AI behaves the same, which is a massive oversight for a tactics game. It is very easy, and I can attest to that, even on hard mode, to beat every single one of the 52 main missions and all 15 side quests, fulfilling all optional objectives. I essentially 100% of the game in hard mode, no effort at all. Besides the compendium, because for the compendium as usual you have to do New Game Plus and so on. I didn't go that far. But I do wish it was harder to achieve the objectives at least. The AI makes basic mistakes in higher difficulties that you can exploit, especially when you use something like Ambush Plus. If you've played XCOM, the Overwatch ability makes it so that your character is watching in an area, and if any character moves in that area, you shoot them and you interrupt their turn. You get Ambush Plus in this game where you can equip your character with a persona and they get that ability twice. So yeah, you can interrupt two turns, two motions of two NPCs. So it's really incredibly powerful, and there is no challenge in this game. And in a tactics game, there should be. So, where would I place this? This is definitely C tier. People who would, if you would buy this, you're as much of a sucker for Persona 5 as I am, basically. Admittedly, if it's Persona 5, I'll buy it. I'm an idiot. Question is, where would I even place this? Now, I am still a sucker for Persona 5 Tactics. So I think I'm gonna have to place this as a high C. It's extremely average, I would say. It's better than most average games. I think I'll place it below Superstar Saga though, out of nostalgia. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Now, moving on to Persona 5... Not Persona 5. Oh, Phoenix Wright, right. I played this in about a week, all 3 games. Before I even mention anything about these games, it was my 5th time playing these games. I love Phoenix Wright. Yeah, Phoenix Wright is basically a visual novel where you play as a lawyer solving crimes. You get access to evidence, you have to go through people's testimonies, you have to face against the prosecutor that wants to get your client guilty. And since it's clearly a more anime, meant to be more exciting style, there's a lot of stuff here that is simply not realistic in an actual court of law. But given it's a visual novel, yeah, the goal of this game is to tell you a story. Gameplay is basically skipping text and making the right choice on what evidence to present at what time. I like that they're showing this. These mechanics literally only show up in the last case in the game. I'm surprised they had trailers for these games even. I'm surprised I even found this. So, what's the deal with Phoenix Wright games? Now, like I said, before I even got this collection... Actually, let's go to the story on how I even got this collection in the first place. I made a promise to myself. As a kid, I played the Phoenix Wright games a lot. The first 4 at the time for the DS. Later, they came out for the 3DS, but I didn't have a 3DS, so I never played them. But I made a promise to myself. If there was ever a collection... Knowing that there was already a collection for the first 3 games, mind you. Knowing that there was already a collection for the first 3, I told myself, if they ever make a second collection with the 4th, 5th, and 6th games, I will actually buy the first collection and play these games a 5th time. Well, they announced the fucking second collection that comes out in 3 weeks. So, I got the first collection and I played it again. I had played these games 4 times before. This was my 5th time this year. Well, I didn't play them 5 times this year, but you get the picture. I played them for a 5th time. I played them in 2023. Now, the story of this, of Phoenix Wright, the first game, follows this completely fresh rookie that is tackling his very first case in a court of law, and he needs to prove that one of his best friends is not a murderer. And from there on, the cases you tackle after you solve that one will vary. You're gonna deal with blackmailers, there will be a studio that's a TV studio covering up their past dark history. There's gonna be the classic impossible murder. There were 2 people on a tiny boat, one's dead, one's alive. Objection! Exactly. One's dead, one's alive, but you need to prove that the one person that was there that could have killed him didn't actually kill him. There's a lot of focus on the infamous DL6 incident, which is fantastic. It was another impossible murder in an elevator. And it culminates in this case where, the final case, without spoilers, where the same person was killed at the same time in 2 different places, with evidence on both. That one was fantastic. So, plenty of different stories that help develop this rookie. handling all sorts of different cases. Now, for the characters, this type of game, a visual novel, thrives on characters, and the story, of course. And I think you're well served. You have Phoenix Wright, the guy with the spiky hair, the protagonist. He's tackling his first 5 cases as a defense attorney. You have Maya Fey, that's essentially your mentor, with a lot of more experience. You have Mia Fey, who acts as like a defense advisor. She advises you in a way, here and there. You have Miles Edgeworth, which is the main prosecutor that's gonna face you in court. And he has a thing that he constantly likes to update the autopsy reports. That's a very common joke in the Phoenix Wright community, where you present evidence saying that the victim died immediately, and then the motherfucker presents you an updated autopsy report that says he died pretty much immediately, but there was a few seconds. He will do that more than once at you. You will have others. You have this goofy yet kind of endearing judge that's presiding over your case. It's always the same judge in every game. The man doesn't have any other case to preside. You have Gumshoe, the detective that's constantly kind of feeding you information, constantly getting his salary slashed for giving you information. Kind of a dumb guy. Kind of always overlooking some obvious holes in his own theories. The game has a lot of memorable characters that will follow you across the different games. Now, music. This franchise is yet another massive win in the music. You have your upbeat when you're following the right track, you're tense when you have no idea what to do, tearful when you're seeing maybe some characters past. You have some more badass music when you're introducing specific characters. You have more jazzy moments, depending on the characters and the moment. There's so many different tunes, so many different styles at all these different, like, crucial and climactic moments in these games that you're just gonna keep some of this music in your memory. It just lingers. I gotta be honest, it's been over 20 years since these games first came out, and to this day I still remember a solid number of these tunes. Graphics, like you saw in the trailer, the original games were for the Nintendo DS. The collection makes them in HD, you know, it's a blessing. For me, they always looked like that, but I guess they're now better. The scenarios, the characters, they still look exactly as I remember them, even though in the DS, maybe they looked a bit more pixelated. And finally, gameplay-wise, well, like I said, the Phoenix Wright series are visual novels. This game is basically a book in game format that's gonna interrupt you at times to see if you've been following the case, so that you have to press testimonies to obtain more information, present evidence to prove that some testimony is incorrect, and ultimately reach the truth of who done it, basically. Most of the interaction outside of court will be done in your own investigation, when you're exploring the maps, checking the scene of the crime, finding clues, and during court is when you present the evidence that you found. With Phoenix Wright, it's kind of an exception on the way I evaluate this, because gameplay is not the focus of these games, it's the storyline, and the story is fantastic. For me, I think this one is a B. For the story it tells and the characters it introduces, it's a very strong introduction. They didn't look that pixelated. Oh, they had the monitor in mind, yeah. On an emulator it gets worse because you can stretch the screen. That is fair, yeah. So I think I gotta be honest, I almost want to push Phoenix Wright to A. But that would be solely because of the story, and I think because it's an introduction, I will keep it as a high B. So I think I'm gonna put Phoenix Wright right up there as a high B. Do I have trailers for each individual? Oh, I do actually. Okay, we can jump to the second game then. Let's see the second one. Whoop! I clicked the right one. I don't think most differences between the games are going to be noticeable in the trailers, though. It's this type of music that you're going to hear throughout the game. Not this rock version, though. Introduction of new characters, yep. See the lock on the person's heart. That's a new gameplay mechanic. When people are hiding something from you. Yeah, that's a new mechanic. You need to make people reveal their secrets. Alright, that's pretty much it. I mean, you're not gonna find any gameplay differences in the game that bases itself on the story, right? So the difference from Ace Attorney to the second one, which is called Justice for All, I mean, music, graphics, there's not really a lot of changes there. The story is more now that that Phoenix Wright at this point is a more experienced lawyer, you're gonna see him facing cases with a lot more of a, I guess, crazy, more supernatural feel to them. You'll get to learn a lot more about your assistant, Maya Fey. So you get to learn a lot about the Fey family and the branch families and how they became famous for spirit channeling. So being able to communicate with the dead in order to find out who killed them. You will see another wacky case where the killer flies, so he leaves no footprints. And you need to figure that one out, because people can't fly. Yeah, the best case in the game, you'll actually face an assassin for hire. That was the fourth and last case. I think that was the best one. Because you'll actually get a fucking assassin for hire in court. The characters are the same, but you notice the blue-haired girl in the trailer. That's the new prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, which is a new challenge for Phoenix to overcome, related to another prosecutor, another Von Karma in the first game. That's related to the story. The gameplay only makes a different addition now that during your investigation, you can now also interrogate people, which before you couldn't, and as you interrogate them, you notice that they're closed up and hiding secrets from you. And you essentially have to present evidence during those interrogations, which are outside of court, in order to unlock the information, the key pieces that are missing to explain some of these supernatural elements that make no sense at first. I gotta say, the cases themselves feel a bit more fillery, other than at least the Faye family one. Understanding the Faye family is kind of important, but I think this one is weaker. I think this one is more of a C rank. Either that or a very low B. I think I'd be fine giving it a low B. It's at least better than... I think I'd put it right at the bottom of the B barrel. I think that's fair. I'll do that. Okay, and we can move from there to the third game. Trials and Tribulations. A courtroom shakeup. This one is basically the end of the trilogy for Phoenix. At this point, he's already a full-fledged attorney. And you get a third prosecutor. This guy is the coolest character to ever appear in Phoenix Wright. Just a guy wearing a mask. Yes, you get to. There will be a lot of story about past story here. Yep, about how Phoenix himself was once accused of a crime. Literally races to its conclusion. This is definitely like Phoenix's conclusion, at least for the first 3 games. A blend of past and present. That's a good way of putting it, actually. A blend of past and present for this game. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Yeah. At this point, so like I said, at this point, Phoenix is pretty much a seasoned veteran, right? So the focus is in this game becomes to understand the origins. How was Phoenix as a law student? How did he end up guilty of a crime? How was Mia Fey when she was a rookie attorney who later becomes your mentor? Why is this new prosecutor, name unknown, background unknown, everything unknown about him, seeking revenge on you, the main character? And who is this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, that shows up, that is at the center of the entire game? The main change from the other 2 games is exactly this, is that before, you were doing cases. And every case was episodic, basically. You were solving a crime, a case. And this game is still very much like that. It's still very episodic in nature. But the focus on keeping one main villain as the center of everything, past and present, is so strong that the same villain gets the spotlight in 3 out of 5 cases in this game. And this was the best game. You get to learn about the past of most of the main characters. You get closure with the Faye family, and ultimately you get closure to Phoenix, turning him into an actual veteran attorney. I think that giving this game like a viciously intelligent villain, a major villain that gets away with things in the past so much that you have to meet them in the present again, really lets the game close this Phoenix Wright trilogy and really make Phoenix a true defense attorney at the end. I have no real opinion about gameplay or graphics. There wasn't real change there. The characters, I mean, there's just the introduction of this new prosecutor, Godot. That's how he introduces himself. It's not his real name. And he makes for a new challenge for Phoenix to overcome, and a grudge to understand why he has this grudge. And in the end, it was Dio. And other than that, music, Godot is a blessing because he introduces his own jazz music. The music by itself in this game is complete S tier. And if the entire game was like the music, this would be an S fucking game. S tier, I mean. Fantastic. So much so that I still have that as my ringtone. It's been 20 years and I still have the same music in my phone. And it's his tune. I think that this one is definitely deserving of an A rank for me. If you've never played a visual novel, but you're into the idea of visual novels, Phoenix Wright is probably the most accessible. And I think the third one is the culmination of a lot of cases. I think it's really impressive. So I'm gonna put this in A rank above Hogwarts Legacy. Happy with that. Now let's move to Pokemon. I played a few Pokemon games that I hadn't played before. Right now, at this point, I think the only one I have never played is Gen 8. Let's see here. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I had never played this one. I mean, I played Emerald before. So you're playing Emerald, the Owen region, but in 3D. Yeah, the game introduces now the Megas, which have been here since X and Y. Well, really only X and Y. They only keep a mechanic per season. And by that I mean Game Freak. All the starters are viable in Owen, but Swampert having only one weakness is really a beast. That was 10 years ago. Wow. Time flies. Oh, they had Beyonce in the game, I had no idea. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay, Alpha Sapphire. I mean, the story is going to be the same as Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. Not that story is any relevant in Pokemon. I mean, some dudes want to flood the earth, we stop them. I mean, same thing with the characters. In Pokemon, I don't give a fuck about the characters. It's all about the Pokemon. Now, music, I don't think I actually listen to it. I usually mute Pokemon games music. Most good music was either in Gen 2 or maybe Gen 4 and 5. Haven't really listened to this one, so I have no opinion on the music. I cannot give it. Graphics. Here's a hot take about the graphics. I think that people have been pretending to enjoy Pokemon ever since it went 3D. It's like looking at a golden plastic bag. The bag is pretty, it's shiny, but you open the bag and the content is bland, it's forgettable, and the more you look into it, the more of a turd it is. And I think this one was the same thing when you compare it to Emerald. I prefer Pokemon games when they're in 2D. And when they're in 3D, ever since they went 3D, and I think that showed with each and every iteration, and especially in Scarlet and Violet, you lose a lot of what was exploration. Ironically. Because you end up in these 3D environments that have nothing. And if you go, for example, in Pokemon Platinum, you have completely optional areas, like the chateau or the area with the fiery warehouse. You have completely optional areas, and that doesn't exist anymore. But I digress. That's a different game. Legends Arceus is barely a mainline game, though, right? It's a completely different way of playing. It's almost not a JRPG in that sense. Well, it is a JRPG, but it plays really, really differently. Gameplay for this. I mean, the gameplay is going to be the same with every mainline Pokemon game. And right, this is the point where I need you to understand that by the time I picked this game up, I had 6 months of playing Pokemon Run Bun under my belt. Because I played that crap for half a year. I say crap, but the game is amazing. I played that game for half a year. I still have vanilla Pokemon Black 2. So essentially I spent 6 months playing what was basically Pokemon Emerald, right? 2D. And I still have vanilla Pokemon Black 2 fresh in my memory. So it's not that my brain is full on ROM hacks, but this game came out in 2014, right? 2013? 2014. A year after Pokemon X and Y. Pokemon X and Y, let me tell you something about X and Y. It's to this day the easiest, the most hand-holding Pokemon game of all time. You're basically given a Snorlax and a Skarmory. That's GG's, overall. And I think that Alpha Sapphire did the exact same thing. Let me, just to give you some sort of base to understand. If me, of all people, is able to hardcore nuzlocke a game first try, it is way too easy. I'm sorry. I'm not a nuzlocker. If I can hardcore nuzlocke a game first try, you've made it too easy. And yes, when I played Alpha Sapphire, I used the Ninjask with the baton pass strategy to a Mega Swampert. Don't crucify me for using the tools that the game gives me. I nuzlocked X and Y first try and I refused to use any Megas, and I forcibly limited my Pokemon's moves. This is not to take away from vanilla games. Some vanilla games are challenging. I did not hardcore nuzlocke Black 2 first try, or Ultra Sun. But this game is just that simple. Alpha Sapphire is a very, very easy game. And I know that I'm saying this from a nuzlocke perspective because I nuzlocked it, but let's be honest, most people that are playing Pokemon in their 20s, especially if you're streaming it, you're not streaming a vanilla playthrough, more often than not. That's not to say I haven't done it, but I wasn't gonna play Alpha Sapphire without a challenge. And even as I made this game a challenge, it was still really easy. And I think that was a problem with X and Y, it's a problem with this game, it's a problem with Gen 8 from what I hear, it was definitely a problem in Gen 9. Which is why I keep saying, people are pretending they enjoy Pokemon ever since it went 3D. Games were far more challenging before, and a lot of ROM hacks are made because people feel the lack of difficulty. So, judging the game by itself though, Alpha Sapphire. They took Pokemon Emerald and forgot about it. They kept the Game 2 version so they could sell both of them. Is there any Battle Frontier the same way there was in Emerald? I actually have no idea. I'm actually gonna double check that. I didn't do the end game, but that does make a game better or worse. Okay, you do get the Battle Resort and there's a bunch of different things apparently. Daycare Stats Judge, that's nothing. Battle Maison Replicant, that's all you get. You just get the Battle Maison and that's it. That's a bit of a disappointment. So yeah, they basically got rid of the Battle Frontier, which is essentially cutting content. So this is more of a Ruby Sapphire on 3D than it is Emerald. And given that it is too easy, I am going to rate it low, especially when I compare it to other games, other Pokemon games I played this year. I think that Alpha Sapphire is definitely one of the weaker entries of the franchise. I will put this as a high D, but it's not a Pokemon game I would recommend. Moving on to Black 1. I played Black 2 before Black 1 actually. This was 13 years ago, this game. Ah yes, triple battles and rotation battles. Look at our bridges, the game. The game has what, 4 bridges? That's a pretty straightforward trailer actually. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this game. Pokemon Black. Okay, like I said, I'm probably one of the very, very few people who played Black 2 and only later played this one. I think I can see the appeal of playing Black 1 and then seeing how much things change when you play Black 2. For me it was the opposite, right? It was fun to see the characters from the perspective of playing like a prequel, seeing where they once were, knowing where they are now. So I know where they are now, but now I know where they were before. The story is pretty interesting, and I find that Team Plasma is one of the most compelling evil teams out of the different teams that you see in Pokemon. And But basically, Team Plasma wants to liberate all Pokemon, claiming that humans enslave them in Black 1. But ultimately, that's just a ploy, since Ghetsis just wants to be the only one with Pokemon so that he can rule the world. It's not one of the worst motivations for an evil team, compared to others, at least in the 3D era, where they get a lot more cartoonish, less evil. Characters. Introducing 2 rivals, very good idea. Charon and Bianca are very interesting, each one with their own goals and ambitions. And let's face it, I mean, by Game Freak standards, if 2 characters are different enough, it's good enough. N was cool, still very naive in my opinion, because he just blindly followed the cult. And I think I'm gonna have a bunch, that would just get me a bunch of N lovers to jump on me. I'm sorry, I'll find him to be a bit naive. Music. Driftvale City has the best music in all of Pokemon, period. This game really hit the ball out of the park with the music. That was really, really good. Graphics, I mean, Nintendo DS, pixelated graphics, I have nothing to say here. Still, Gen 5 graphics-wise is probably peak Game Freak. And of course, I still think they came crashing down as soon as they went 3D, because for them, it basically reset all of their progress on their assets. Gameplay, what to say about the gameplay? This plays like every other mainline Pokemon game in existence. The theme of the game was bridges and 2.5D effects. I think some Pokemon... I think the Gen 5 introduced ridiculously overpowered Pokemon. And for me, playing Black 1 as a Nuzlocke, Scrafty was extremely overpowered. It carried me throughout 90% of the game. Bulky as hell, fighting Dark type in a game that still doesn't have the Fairy type is really powerful. It shone throughout the game. Where does this fit in our tier list, though? I think that Pokemon Black is really, really good, to be honest. I think this deserves A. I think this is the apex of 2D. And I think I'm gonna put it as an extremely solid A. I think this is one of the best entries. Black 2 could potentially make it to Masterpiece if I had played it this year. And this year, 2023. But I think Pokemon Black is really one of the best Pokemon entries. I think it deserves that. Now we're getting to a point where I have no trailers. Because there are 2 ROM hacks I have included here. And if you've seen my tier list from 2022, 2022 was a year where I played like 4, 5, 6 different ROM hacks. And I did not include them in the tier list because I don't think that, since ROM hacks are not really official games, I decided not to rate them. But I did play 2 games that were so unique, I guess, in that sense, that they deserved to be here. Even though I have no trailers for them. And that would be Pokemon Infinite Fusion and Pokemon Run Bun. Now, Infinite Fusion, I think I played it a little bit at the wrong time. I wanted to try it for the mechanics, but I didn't know that the story was the Kanto region, pretty much. Johto exists as a post-game. Not tier listing me? What do you mean by me? How's it going, Rafael? Infinite Fusion, I think I played it at the wrong time, because I'm tired of Kanto. Honestly, I am tired of starting at my base town, going north again, fighting the first gym, going to the right, crossing the tunnel, getting to Cerulean, beating that, getting all the way south through the underground, beating the third gym, then I'm gonna go to the fourth gym, all the way around. Going down the cycling road all the way to the 5th gym. Then I have to go to Saffron, the center of those 5 towns in the little cross, beat the 6th gym, surf all the way down and west, passing by Articuno's cave, all the way to beat the 7th gym after I do the Pokemon Mansion. Fly off to Viridian to do the 8th and finish the league. I am fucking done with Kanto. I've done Kanto way too many times. I'm done. And I didn't realize that this game was in the Kanto region. So I was doing Kanto again. That fell really badly for me. I played it at the wrong time. I'm just tired of Kanto. Didn't care about the characters or the music. I'm pretty sure I muted Infinite Fusion at some point. Graphics were pretty good, I'll say that. I think that Infinite Fusion took a lot of inspiration from Gen 5, which was basically, like I said, the peak of 2D Pokemon before 3D sent the franchise to shit. So that was really, really good. Those graphics are like peak Kanto in Infinite Fusion. Now the gameplay, the reason why I chose to play this game, it's Pokemon but turned into Digimon because you can do fusions. You can fuse 2 Pokemon, not any of them, but the vast overwhelming majority of them. I honestly recommend you play this game with custom sprites only, because if you fuse, for example, a Bulbasaur with a Shelder, by default that would be like Shelder's body and Bulbasaur's head, and it's an extreme pixelated mess. And if you play with custom sprites, people actually took the effort to make a body that made sense. Though there are some meme fusions, I'll say that much. It leads to some funny fusions, yes, there are some meme fusions. Some amazing ones too. But other than that, besides the fusions, you don't really have gameplay changes, really. When fusing, you pick one of the 2 abilities, a mixed moveset if you want to, and mixed typing. But you can get some really overpowered stuff. You can get Dark Ghost Aegislash. You can get broken huge power Pokemon. Were you ever curious what Charizard looks like if he fuses with Aegislash? Go ahead. You want to go completely furry and you're curious what Lopunny is fused with Gardevoir? Go ahead. And if you want to go completely cursed, fuse Miltank with anything. Honestly. You want milk fusions? Jesus Christ, this game has them. But that's it. Different creatures. You're saying furry, but we know it's horny. Kind of, yeah. But that is it. You have different creatures in the Kanto region. That's the game. Now, to keep things a bit more varied, a bit more unpredictable, I played this game as a randomizer. Which, you know, kept things new for a while. You were always seeing new fusions. But because it was Kanto, even if the post-game was Johto, I was not pulled in to play the post-game, which is technically half the game. Like, it's a whole nother region. But the fact that it was Kanto is what pulled me away from it. And again, this is personal because I've played Kanto too many times. With that being said, yeah, Gen 2. You slander Gen 2 for a living. Gen 2 has a lot of problems. But, oh god, a lot of problems. I played Heart Gold Soul Silver not too long ago either. That was something. Like I said, anything C and above I recommend. I think Infinite Fusion is a C only because of my own tiredness of Kanto. Again, the only innovation is the fact you can fuse. With that being said, I'd say this is a very high C. I'd consider this a high C, low B. And I do recommend you want to try it. If there's a fusion you're curious about, you can probably make it in Infinite Fusion. Not all Pokemon are there, but from each Pokédex, the overwhelming majority is there. Now, let's jump to Pokemon. Actually, I wanted to talk about this one first. Platinum, which we don't need to see a trailer for this. Well, do I even have a trailer for this? I actually do, yeah. Just as a reminder of what Platinum is. So Gen 4, Team Galactic, Giratina. When things started moving away from the GBA pixelated era. Still pixelated, but a bit better. Distortion world. Look at that waterfall. Aren't we cool for programming it? You started Black and White 2 Drayano. Oh, he always has Contrary in that game. Yep. In Blaze Black, he always has Contrary. You get Wi-Fi connection for the first time. You get the Underground. Oh, when I was a kid, I spent so long in the Underground. Even in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, when I bought Brilliant Diamond, I spent so long in the underground. I'm pretty sure Brilliant Diamond is still my second most played game, or third. Gen 3 and Gen 4 for me were the apex of Pokemon. Although Gen 5 is a very strong contender. Hell of a game. Back when Game Freak still gave a rat's ass. Why am I mentioning this? Well, I played Platinum in two different ways. One of them I just did another... I just did another hardcore Nuzlocke. There was nothing special about it. But Platinum this year was because I wanted to try Kaizo for a while. I committed to trying 1,000 runs. I mean, it wasn't likely I was gonna pull it off with 1,000 runs, because with the nature of Kaizo, that's just really difficult. I have nothing really to add about Platinum itself. I've played this many times, but I want to talk about the bit of Kaizo. The nature of Kaizo itself is insanity, but it is the absolute closest if you've ever wanted to play an infinite roguelite Pokemon game. Randomize the moves, the abilities, randomize the Pokemon, boost the AI's levels by 50%, only heal during battle, survive only with the random shit you find in the overworld, and the items in the overworld are random as well, you can't buy anything from shops, along with the fact that caves you can only get in there once, gyms you can only get in there once and you need to sweep everybody, and you can only use your one single Pokemon that is random from the box. That means that hundreds of runs are hundreds of games. Doesn't feel tedious, because the challenge is random every single time. And above all, no calcs, no docs. So removes the dread of spending hours and hours of your life planning a fight and have that plan be royally fucked in the ass by one random bullshit crit at the wrong time. I had 2 months of solid fun playing Kaizo Ironman. And if games dry up a bit this year in 2024, which I kinda doubt it, I might actually go back to trying some more Kaizo. I think it was really fun. Now, if I am gonna judge Platinum by itself, because I still, to see the end game, I ended up playing an actual Nuzlocke, so I could see the end game at least once. Imagine if it was like that and Pokemon also go random after each level up. You had that if you went for evolutions, but there is a ROM hack where they changed that mechanic and your Pokemon evolve after each level. So yeah, you could go from a Mewtwo to a Bellsprout. Now, where do I place Platinum on itself? Like I said, I would place Platinum just below Pokemon Black. I will say this, Gen 3 and Gen 4 are my favorites. The only reason why I think Gen 5 is better is because it introduces a feature, which is actually only present in Black 2, where after you use a Max Repel, you don't have to go to the fucking bag to select another one. That alone makes Black 2 one of the best games ever. But I am extremely partial to Gen 3 and Gen 4 because of the Battle Frontier, which I spent dozens of hours on. So for me, Gen 4 is above Gen 5, at least Black 1. I would probably put Black 2 above Platinum. But I spent a long time, many years playing Gen 3 and Gen 4, so this stays up there. It's definitely an A. And now we jump to the other game I have no trailer for. Which is Pokemon Run Bun. Wow, this game. This game's amazing. I have no opinion about the music or the graphics though, you know, Emerald, same music, graphics is GBA, nothing there. About the story, this game has some rearranged events. This is a ROM hack of Pokemon Emerald meant to be extremely hard. And other than rearranging some events to basically force you down specific paths in the map, the story is the same as Vanilla Emerald in a way. Characters. Shell's a bitch. Steven is an even bigger bitch. That's all I have to say. Based on the nature of the battles, we have to face them in the game. I played this game for 6 months of 2023. At first, forgot who Shell is. I don't think she even is in Vanilla Emerald. I think she was just added for that game. Now, at first, in my own hubris, I guess, I attempted a Nuzlocke of this game. Being a ROM hack, I knew it was too unforgiving, and for the sake of my own mental health, I had to downgrade this to a playthrough. Now, to keep it a challenge, I still wanted it to make it a deathless playthrough, so I wanted to prove that with you dare to challenge God and got humbled. That's exactly what happened to me. That is correct. I'll accept that. But I wanted to prove that you could still do one capture only per route and do every battle deathless. And that's what I did for a very long time. And I have proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this can be done completely deathless up to the Victory Road, at least. And I'll explain later why I didn't go any further. That is proven. Done. And to be fair, my strategies are not even the best. Other people have come up with way better. Now, to the creator is Dexa, a very prominent competitive player in the Pokemon scene. He knew what he was doing. Now, this is my personal opinion. For me, I would say that the ROM hack is accessible to everybody if you can beat the game deathless, having only the most common encounter per route. Now, I didn't prove that. I played with whatever I caught, common or rare. I haven't gone that far. But I think that some encounters are too essential to pass up. You basically have to get them if you want to have a decent time with the game. I think there are some encounters that if you miss, you basically need to reset the game. And if that is the case, the ROM hack isn't balanced. That's my opinion. Now, I will say this, some fights are too hard. The Steven tag is too hard. The Steven tag is a partner battle where you have to fight with Steven in a double battle. You are effectively alone fighting against 3. I think it's overwhelmingly unfair when you have to create a situation to lure your partner AI to do one thing and it does another. Most people clause the partner battles in their Nuzlocke challenges. If they completely wipe in the partner battle, but the partner wins for them, they continue. That's how hard and unfair these battles are. People are clausing them. Now, that aside, Run Bun is the best Pokemon game in existence. It takes only existing Pokemon, there's no bullshit like fake mons, none of that crap, adds a bunch of quality of life features. Nearly all battles are like a fun puzzle that you need to crack. Some of them want to do their little gimmicks, you know, like trick rooms and stuff like that, but you don't have stuff like Emerald Kaizo where he has 6 Pokemon with Toxic Protect. Yeah, that is in Emerald Kaizo. The AI, I don't think the AI is overly unfair with Switch AI. You have games like Radical Red, where the AI was made to be extremely punishing and unfair with the Switch AI. It doesn't go that far here. And the part that really sold this game to me, the Pokemon Run Bun, is that Dexa added a puzzle in the overworld that's forever present, and you always have to think about it. So the battles are not just the actual battles, you have to think in the overworld. I'll get there later. Other things that I like about this game, enforced level caps. You don't have to worry about experience management. I love that. I love that the level caps are enforced. This might be divisive though. Now, about the actual overworld puzzle. This game does one thing. It places 1 or 2 rare candies, 1 or 2 heart scales hidden around the map per gym. Scattered around the map. Sometimes hidden, sometimes behind a trainer that you need to beat. Here's what he did, what Dexa did with the heart scales. Heart scales are very relevant in this game. You can use 1 heart scale to max an IV of one of your mons, or if you have 3 of those, you can even change the nature. I found that to be too expensive. Should have been 2, but whatever. Most players end up using them for IVs. Rare candies, and this is key, let you level up past the enforced level cap. This is what I mean by the fun overworld puzzle. Let's talk the beginning of the game. You're level capped at 21 in a fighting gym, but you have a Surskit at 21 that evolves at 22. So do you want to use the rare candy to get a flying type, or are you saving it for later, so that in a later level cap you have maybe 2 rare candies, and you can get 2 levels? I thought this additional layer to Pokemon was very, very fresh, and it is what kept me playing for 6 months. It was this puzzle. Now, when I downgraded the game, because I got humbled, without nuzlocking it, I went far into the game, I could see a lot of the tougher battles. My pet peeve is that when you start dipping your toes in the endgame, literally every battle, and I've seen this with multiple prominent nuzlockers on Twitch as well, literally every battle can take hours of planning time. I think that comes with the territory of ROM hacks anyways, but it takes a lot of time. We're talking sometimes planning for 2 hours for the battle to last 5 minutes. Yeah, that was the one. Run Bun was the one where I used literal PNGs for the water gym to understand where each Pokemon was. Was it in the back? Was it dead? Was it alive? Yeah, that was the one. I was going crazy by that point. I was losing my mind. Even as a normal, even as an easier challenge, I was losing my mind. Now, I'm all for difficulty. I've played other ROM hacks. I'm all for difficulty, and I love David and Goliath challenges. But when you put Goliath on top of a mountain throwing nukes at David, when you beat a battle like that, it's not triumph, it's relief. And at that point, at the same time that other games I wanted to play were coming out, I just stopped playing. To be fair, I made it to the victory road. You can probably, at that point, you can probably pull everything off. But I stopped. I just stopped. Now, overall, and just to close, because I think I've spoken a lot about Run Bun, I think Dexa has shown what a labor of love looks like. I think the end result is the best Pokemon game in existence. This game killed the vanilla scene for me. I think it killed it. The Gen 9 Scarlet and Violet was likely the last mainline game I will ever buy. I'll buy the spin-offs. And if Dexa ever makes a Gen 4 or 5 ROM hack, I'm probably gonna come live on screen. But on the other hand, I think he went really harsh with the endgame. It's severely punishing, and when you get to a point where you plan a battle for 2 to 3 hours, only for the battle to last 5 minutes, it's no longer fun. But that is a personal opinion that is not shared by a lot of people. You mentioned the relief is a good thing if it's focused around one enemy like a final boss. That is fair, if it's final, but every enemy feels like a final boss once you start past the 7th badge. And you start getting there are very unfair battles that involve permanent fire spin so you cannot switch your Pokemon. Permanent tailwind so everyone's faster than you. Stuff like that. Secret final boss like the Emerald one. I see that. Yeah, I think that one is fair, like Emerald Kaizo Steven, for example. Yep. Now, with that being said, this is what puts Run Bun not as a masterpiece for me, but it is an extremely high A. This game made me drop the vanilla games. I'll never play vanilla games again. I'll probably get humbled by most ROM hacks and just stick to playthroughs. But this Run Bun game was so damn good and showed how the overworld could be so innovative that it just killed the vanilla scene for me. Yep, and I think those are my impressions for Run Bun, and that turned out to be pretty damn long, I think. Sad I didn't find a trailer for this. It was a shame. I would have liked to see something. Alright, that's all the Pokemon stuff. Let's move on to Red Dead Redemption 2, which I also played this year. Red Dead Redemption 2... There we go. We don't need to go through the 6 minutes, I don't think.
They'll probably hang you, buddy.
Have you ever wanted to roleplay as a cowboy? Basically, if Assassin's Creed Black Flag is the best pirate game out there, this is the best cowboy game.
In the late 1800s, America was evolving, on its way to becoming the most powerful country in the world. New immigrants arrived, thriving outposts.
Plot twist. In 2023, they are not the most powerful nation in the world. I'm sorry.
Became towns, and civilization was spreading rapidly
Sure thing,
to a
Raphael.
huge, wild, and lawless frontier. With Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar Games aims to create a living world that's not simply open.
This is a gorgeous
but
damn game.
deeper,
Come on, pretty boy.
more interactive and detailed than ever.
Pretty boy.
Combining action,
Made by the company that made GTA games.
We need to get those people warm.
People complain about the start of the game in the snow. It lasts like an hour. There's no reason to complain
as
about
you
that.
live, ride, and fight to survive as an outlaw in a notorious gang.
Oh, this is
As long as we
magnificent.
get paid or you get shot, I'm happy.
The game is an attempt to capture this
Okay, so
pivotal moment when
gameplay,
the
you know,
age of
beautiful
outlaws was
sceneries,
ending
you can
and
do
the
all sorts of
modern world was
things.
born. From
You know, you can
harsh
rob
mountain trails
trains,
and dense forests to
you can hunt
untamed
animals.
swamplands and sweeping deserts of civilized life.
We're gonna borrow a little money.
Yeah, you're essentially a bunch of outcasts trying to survive in an America that's no longer a bunch of outlaws, but is becoming organized, basically.
Each time they're forced to flee an area, the gang sets up a camp as a base.
Yeah.
This is where gang members eat, sleep,
And where you get to
perform
really
chores,
interact
play
with your gang
games,
members.
and share a story.
Every single person is really unique here. Characterization is the strong point of this game. A really, really strong point you rarely see in
These
other
are the
games.
people Arthur calls family.
Literal.
And you will get to know each
A literal
gang member
family out
over
here.
the course of the game.
So, you save the silly
Even
bastard
just
flag
walking
and
by, you
you
get
go
these
on a
random
sheep.
dialogues.
Helping the camp with food and supplies will keep morale high, while spending time with other gang members can reveal new secrets, fun things to do, and opportunities for
Moments
mischief.
before disaster. That drinking moment.
Go and redistribute some property.
In and
That
out
guy's
of
an
camp,
asshole.
The world is alive and responds to the player.
Well, ain't this a rare treat?
And your guns aren't the only way to interact with the environment.
No, you can use a lasso, for example. You can
Call
lasso
out to a
animals and
passing
people
rider.
around.
That's a nice horse.
Talk yourself into trouble with a local tough guy.
Clear out.
Or out of trouble with a town sheriff. Or intimidate a witness into silence, and more.
Not a unique state of being for the Wild West, which is very fair.
You don't want to involve yourself with this.
Confrontations
Maybe I do.
can be escalated or diffused.
Take it easy. Do what you want.
Yeah, you can see the options. You can see the options right there. When you meet somebody, you can rob, you can defuse the situation, you can antagonize.
Do what you want. I don't care.
You can form friendships.
God, you did it.
Or make enemies as you choose.
You killed my cousin, you sick son of a bitch!
Your actions have consequences.
Yes, there are
and it's up to
consequences,
you to
true.
decide just how honorable Arthur is.
Should I?
Arthur Morgan.
Jimmy Brooks.
You have high hopes for GTA 6?
and
I
fight.
think GTA 6 is gonna be funny.
Have both been
I think I'm just gonna skip the
radically
trailer a little bit and I can mention that in passing.
Got him.
Yeah, your horse
rich and
reacts
very
to you, you have to
ecosystem
brush your
thrives in the
horse,
world,
you have to feed
full of
it. There's a lot of
predators,
realism regarding the horse and the
prey,
animals.
scavengers. All smart
I've seen
and
animals move in this
sometimes
game in a
deadly.
way that I've never seen as realistic in any other game.
All designed to be explored
This
on
is a
horseback or
beautiful
on foot.
fucking scenery.
As you live the
Graphically, it's
fateful
one of the
journey
best
a
games
gang
I've
of
played this
outlaws
year.
On the run across America. In the next gameplay video, we'll look at missions,
We're not gonna watch any more of that.
enemy gangs, robberies, other things to do, and much more.
Oh yeah, you can
Evolution
hire,
of
you can
sharpshooting.
become a bounty
Using
hunter
the
and
Deadeye system.
get criminals. You can, there's so much stuff that you can do. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of those games that is basically an experience. It's almost not a game. Red Dead Redemption 2, I mean, story-wise, this is the most relaxing game I've played in the longest time. This is a truly full-fledged RPG. It's full of mechanics that are there just to keep you immersed in the game. You basically, so like it said in the trailer, you live this outlaw lifestyle in an America that's becoming more and more about industry, more industrialized, more civilized. And your lifestyle as an outlaw, it's getting closer and closer to impossible. You're feeling more and more surrounded by the law. It's harder and harder to just escape and set up camp somewhere else. And the freedom that you have as an outlaw, robbing wagons, trains, capturing bounty hunters, you can go on shooting sprees, hunting, fishing, taking care of your horse, you know, bathing it, feeding it, taking care of your camp. It's so many different details. You can go on a drinking spree, you can play poker, blackjack. It's so many little details that really make you feel like you're living in the 1800s. And the characters is the absolute strongest point in this game. This game spends a really long time, especially during the first half of the game, I would say, taking you on all sorts of different endeavors, different missions with these characters, so they all become memorable in a sense. You have the indigenous man, Charles, who taught you hunting. You have Lenny, that you enjoyed drinking with, and you had a good old-fashioned like saloon brawl, drunken night with. You have Mrs. Grimshaw. She's strict with the group, but she's fair, keeps the family together. You have our leader, Dutch, always with the plan, thinking of where to take us next. You have the family of the group, John, Abigail, and Jack. They're looking for a better life. You have the guy that manages our finances, Mr. Strauss. You have Mr. Pearson that handles the meat. You have Sadie Adler, that's basically all she has in her mind is just shooting, a bunch of shooting action. And these are not even all the characters. These are the ones that I remember. It's really amazing how each one has its own personality and they feel real. The dialogue feels natural, not forced at all. And it's really great. And I didn't even dive too deep into the story, to be honest. Music-wise, it's relaxing, like I said. You know, you have good old country music, fits the scenario. They made some care in matching the music to your situation. Like if you're just riding out in the fields, there's some calm ambience. If you're shooting, killing like 10, 15, 20 people, there's some more upbeat tunes. And then you look at the graphics, right? It's breathtaking. It might be the game with the best lighting effects I've ever played. The wildlife moves very realistic and alive. You see a deer drinking in the water, just sometimes like shaking, just for no reason, just a shake, all of a sudden. You're out there crouched in the middle of a bush, aiming a bow and arrow, and you start hearing the chirps of some birds. It's very, very well made. The people in town, when you pass them by, you saw that in the trailer too, they randomly say some random tidbits of their conversation. There's little aspects like when you enter a shop or a barber, they comment, "Hey, how's it going?" Stuff like that. Now, you either get a powerful PC or you play this on a console that was dedicated to playing this, because you should not play this in low graphics. I'm surprised this game came out in 2018. This game is 5 years old only. It feels like it came out in 2023. It's crazy. And I haven't even mentioned the gameplay. Like I said, there are a lot of mechanics that are made to make you feel immersed, and a lot of details. You can perform maintenance on your guns, like they get dirty. You have to clean them. You need to eat so you don't starve. There is a hunger system in this game. You have to hunt and skin your prey, sell your the skins for money. There's bounty hunting, poker, blackjack, I've said that. They've also added like dominoes and the 5-finger knife game where you have to knife between the fingers really fast. You have to lasso fugitives. You have to calm down a horse before you can ride them. You have to pet them. You have to feed them. You have to brush them. And this is the first half of the game, right? The first half of the game, you're shown so many tiny aspects of this world. It's hard to not be impressed like every 10 minutes. But then you get to the second part of the game. Guarma. I think a lot of people complain about Guarma. It's a little bit worse, but I wouldn't say it's that bad. Basically, when you get to Guarma, the game devolves into a third-person shooter and kind of stays that way even after you leave Guarma, where every mission you take will involve leaving 10 to 20 corpses behind. Which will then lead to other aspects of the gameplay that you could afford to overlook before, but not anymore. Horse jumping can get glitchy sometimes. Sometimes you'll just land face first on the floor because your horse tripped for no reason. The cover system, this is the one bad thing about this game. The cover system's horrible. If you thought early Assassin's Creed games were bad with cover, you won't like this system either. The cover system is dog shit. But, with that being said, glitchy horse jumping, cover. Those are the only two flaws I can come up with. And these two flaws only show up more often because the second half of the game focuses a lot more on the action and the shooting. I think that overall this is an example of a great game where the developers very clearly had the time to flesh out aspects of industrial America and outlaw lifestyle. And like I said, if AC Black Flag is the best pirate experience, this is the best outlaw cowboy experience. And I think the only reason I would put this game as A and not S is because of the second half. Because in the first half, your missions involve hunting, involve fetching horses, involve, of course, a bit of shooting, but they are varied. And by the time you go to Guarma and then come back, it's shooting all the way to the end. So I would say that this game is the highest A game I've played this year. And we're talking A game missing by like 0.01% to get in the masterpiece realm. I'm being very harsh on the masterpiece, I know, and I think that this game is one of the few that deserves it, but the second half of the game pushes it down just a little bit, just the tiniest bit. But that should never stop you from playing this game. This is an experience. Right. Moving on to a new game. And definitely a shorter one that I won't have as much to say as the last two. Let's jump onto the trailer, which is Shogun Showdown. This game is still in early access. One versus many, turn-based, roguelite. I mean, you know I had to try this out. Wait, and then go. Yep. Right there. Right there, he fucked himself. Yep, this guy has 2 range. The fuck are you gonna do? Yep, the fuck are you gonna do? He fucked himself right there. Roguelike with progression? Debatable. If progression you mean a map, that's most roguelites. You have all sorts of different characters, true. You have upgrades, you have artifacts, much like Slay the Spire. You can see here that he has runes, kind of. Up there, yeah, extra HP, more space in the bag for potions. Waiting reduces cooldown of your weapons. I think this one is the backstab. You deal more damage if you attack their backs. So yeah, there's it's in the same fashion as Slay the Spire, you get your own runes. A bunch of different weapons that you can get. And you're encouraged to combo your weapons, absolutely. Like that. Oh, that was beautiful. You can then apply effects like shockwaves or poison. Until you kill the Shogun, which is why it's called Shogun Showdown. This... I usually don't play games in early access, but I made this one an exception. I saw Barbarous King play this at the time. Well, he was sponsored to play it, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. This is basically a roguelite, deck builder, turn-based RPG. And it's kind of hard to say that in the world of like really good roguelites, such as Hades, Slay the Spire, Monster Train, Shogun Showdown actually manages to say, hey, I'm just as fun. And it is. Now, because it's an early access game, I got it for like $10 and I think it was worth every cent. Characters, there's a variety of characters you can use. The only difference between them is how they move. You have a character that can fade through enemies once every like 4 or 5 turns. 4 turns. You have one that can push them around. One that can swap places with another. So that's about it for characters. There's no real characterization. The story here is just killing the Shogun. The graphics, it's a bit of a typical like kind of 16-bit indie game, right? A potato PC runs this. The music was pretty much what you heard in that trailer. I think it's very fitting for the Warring States era of Japan. For me, music always turns a game into a perspective. That's why for me the best JRPG is Persona 5 and the best RPG is Witcher 3. It's the music. I don't think this indie game has music at the same level, but it's music that's very fitting. Gameplay is as you saw. It's just you're basically playing in a line, and your characters are your enemies are about to do some actions. Maybe they're throwing arrows at you, a sword, a spear. They're about to pull you with a rope, and you have your own actions. And every time you take a turn, they take a turn. That's about it. I think the variety of weaponry and the number of cool combinations you can build are insane for a game that's not even finished. And they have a clear roadmap. Every month or 2 months, they add more content to it. And I think it's meant to be completed this year even. And this game can be as forgiving or as punishing as you want. There's 5 levels of difficulty. I've finished all 5, with I think more than one character even. And I can't wait to see what else gets ahead. At this point, I think this game stays in just the B rank, though, because it's not complete. I think what it is already really, really good, though. So I'm gonna put him over here. Shogun Showdown. Yeah, I think it is pretty good. Next game, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Okay, we're diving into the mainline Nintendo stuff. Okay, let's go over there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this trailer is still in most people's memory if they follow Nintendo Directs. So a clear change in art style, and this whole mechanic of the elephant. It's not just the elephant, you can transform into all sorts of things in this game. You can be a jello. Yeah, you can be a spiked ball. You get a grappling vine, not a grappling hook. You can play with friends, but the fact that you cannot bounce off of each other in the multiplayer, you just phase through them, is a bit of a loss. Okay, let me stop you right there. So Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I mean, what to say about the story, right? Bowser's the villain, what do you want me to say? Characters? There's a lot of characters in this game, right? I think this is a pretty big mainline Mario platformer game. Because you get Mario, Luigi, you get Toad, Peach, Daisy, you get the Yoshi, you get a Nabbit. I'm not sure if that's all of them though. Was Wario and Waluigi in the game? I think they were. So yeah, it has a lot of variety. And the game has like a... I wouldn't call it easy mode, I would call it baby mode. Well, if you pick the Yoshis or the Nabbit, you cannot die, ever, basically. This game tried to turn Mario a little bit into a musical, almost. Because the songs are almost the backbone of the game. There's a lot of levels in this game that have some form of song. Whether it's like the Piranha Plants musical in your second level, or the level where you have to time the jumps with the music to unlock some platforms, or the final level is a song, basically. I think it fits the gameplay just right when you gotta escape some danger or just enjoy the ride. The music is fine. Graphics, I was surprised, because well, the graphics change is a bit of a shock, but the game looks good. It's well optimized, it runs fine, but even in terms of user experience, they made some small changes. If you've played like New Super Mario Bros. U, when you die in a level, you get sent back to the hub world, you select the level again, and you start. I've checked that on a different YouTube video. That takes 16 seconds. In this game, when you die, you're at the beginning of the level. 3 seconds. It's much better. The user experience, way better. Now, the gameplay. I still think that Hollow Knight is the best 2D platformer in terms of tight controls, but these ones are just as fine. very responsive. The game feels fresh. It doesn't feel like another new Mario Bros. U with the same style. You get a bunch of power-ups almost in every different level, so your gameplay feels new as often as possible. My one problem with the game, well, but I guess it is expected from a Mario game, is that it's too easy. It's very easy to 100% all Wonder Seeds in the game. I 100% of the game in 15 hours for a $60 game. Now, those were good 15 hours, but it's still, a bit of a short game. Now, on the other hand, now, to be fair, if I were to play Super Mario World today, you better believe the game lasts about 10 hours, so... I think that ultimately, when you're an adult, you just have an easier time finding all sorts of trinkets and exploring, because you're just used to hidden secrets and levels. I think the secrets in these levels in this game are very safe. They're very obvious. They're very easy to find. There's like maybe half a dozen that you're gonna need some help with, but the game gives you a badge that's basically a radar to let you know where they are. Now, that's not to say the game does not add challenging levels. Especially in the first world, if you find the secret exit, you immediately go to the secret world and you find the jump levels. Those levels were rough. They require quick inputs from you, and they don't require perfect wall jumps, but they are near perfect. If you're aiming for 100% completion, you're gonna have to go through 2 levels that involve jump, jump, jump. I think they have jump, jump, jump in the name. Those levels are actually tough. Then you go... But then on the other side, you have no bosses. You could barely count Bowser Jr. as a boss fight. I think this game was a missed opportunity. They could have brought the Koopalings again. But instead you fight Bowser Jr. about, what, 3 times? Not even every world has a boss fight. And I think that is missing to make this game better, to reach bigger heights. I think this game, as a platformer, stands below Hollow Knight, and I'm not even sure I would rate this an A. I think this one's a B. But it is a high B, that's for sure. Then you jump to Super Mario RPG. Oh yeah, I did play that. Oh, hang on a second, the music. Super Mario RPG. Before there was Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, there was Super Mario RPG, the very first JRPG. I think this was before Paper Mario even. This was like the first attempt at a JRPG. But don't quote me on that, I could be wrong. Oh wow, I picked a very short trailer, shit. My bad. Oh, not that one. Super Mario RPG, yeah, this one was a doozy. I played this for about... I think this game lasted like 13 or 15 hours with me as well. I'm gonna be honest, this is a game I wish I had liked more. I think this game lives a lot on nostalgia. Super Mario RPG, and this is a positive, is the single Mario game with the most personality, the most like witty humor, the biggest variety of enemy characters. I've seen more variety in enemy characters in that game than in any other Mario game. They had 2 really good additions to the cast that they never used in other games, Mallow and Geno. They felt fresh, they felt interesting. Mallow gets an entire backstory for himself. Geno we don't know much about though, and I feel he could have been developed. There's a whole new world of bosses and potential enemies with this weapons world. So, what is this game missing for me? I think Nintendo has never been good with storylines. Mario has no plot to most of its games, most of them. Geno in this game is underdeveloped. He's no more than a Pinocchio following you around. Mallow gets a great plotline, and he's at the... When you get to the late game to solve his storyline, he's basically, plot-wise, the saving grace. But Geno was a bit of a disappointment. Given that he comes from a star, I'm surprised he was not expanded in Super Mario Galaxy games. But I guess it would have been hard because Geno has like some sort of license issue with Square Enix. So, besides that, like I said, Mallow gets real character development. He has a beginning and an end in his character art. He closes cleanly. He has ambitions. Those get solved. But other than that, most interesting characters were actually the bosses in the weapons world, the world they came from. The battle music, okay-ish. I mean, I think it shows a bit the game's age, but I have no real opinion. The graphics are chibi potato. I can't say the remake was perfect on graphics. You see very clearly on the characters sometimes those white outlines around them, as if the characters are poorly rendered. You see that in Pokemon Legends Arceus. It reminded me a lot of Pokemon Legends Arceus. The graphics reminded me of that. Because you sometimes get that, like poor rendering. But then you go to the gameplay, and that's the bulk of the game, right? If you've never played the JRPG before, I can't recommend you pick this one up anyways. I think Nintendo, and it wasn't Square Enix, it was Squaresoft, tried to make a my baby's first JRPG, and that's fine. But there are gameplay choices in here that make no sense. First of all, the game is easy, of course it is. You get two difficulty options, easy and normal. Normal is still very easy. But the actual JRPG elements, for a game that's called Super Mario RPG, the actual JRPG elements are so basic. You might have never seen actually something this low level. First of all, MP. Most characters in JRPG games get HP and MP, your health points and your magic points, right? MP here is shared between all characters. That means you will inevitably end up using two of your characters just to do basic attack or spam items to replenish MP, while your healer is using the MP. And then that brings me to the actual healer of the game, Peach. Whoever worked on balance for this game did not show up to work. Let me give you an example. You will have around 70 MP, 70, in the final battle of the game. Your main healer, 70, okay? 70. Your main healer can heal the entire team for 4 MP. It costs 4 to AoE heal for full. He can fully revive a character with all HP for 2 MP. Again, you have 70. Now, you think that's not enough? That healer, that is basically the only character in the game you're going to use MP for, the final move that character learns is a literal AoE nuke. So yeah, balance out the window. That AoE, I'm pretty sure it costs around like 10 MP too. Maybe a little bit more. The dungeon design, okay. Like I said, it's the very first JRPG they did. The Mario and Luigi Saga that came after, and I did play before Mario RPG, the Superstar Saga, I think improves on a lot of these problems, separating the MP, making the moves a lot more relevant. But Super Mario RPG shows its age, and it's not a game I would recommend, even if you never played JRPGs before. So I'm definitely going off the grain here. I'm not blinded by nostalgia, it was my first time playing this game. And I rate it a D. I think this game is weak. I think the intention is there, but it doesn't pull it off correctly. Let's move on to the next one, shall we? The next one is the big boy. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Oh yeah. Maybe we speed up a little bit. This was the trailer that made people shut the fuck up on Twitter. Most people before this trailer said that Tears of the Kingdom was just gonna be a DLC for the first game. Then this trailer came out, and a lot of people got radio silent. What's the matter? Mostly because this game showed a lot of bosses and a lot of things that you had never seen before in Breath of the Wild. Of course it's the same region. Makes sense. But then you get access to not only a lot of new weapons, but also dungeons. Oh, I loved that one. There's a dungeon here that felt a lot like an Indiana Jones exploration kind of dungeon. Also, if you've never seen Breath of the Wild animated, you should search that on YouTube. I actually forgot the name of the channel. They introduced the song Suavemente for Ganon. That's fantastic. This laser thing is amazing. The labyrinths come back, of course. I think the story was one of the better ones for Zelda, with Rauru and Ganondorf's past. You get to see the castle, clean.
Zelda, we rely on your knight, and that legendary.
Oh, Zelda gets a lot of time of like screen time, and it's a beautiful story. If you get the dragon's tears along the map, you'll see a beautiful story.
Link.
The Sky Islands could have been expanded a bit more, but I was happy with what we had. Oh, you can build all sorts of crazy contraptions. People have built mechas in this game to kill Lionels. You can get mechas fighting like that, yeah?
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do.
As usual, it's Master Sword related. Master Sword is always the only thing that can kill Ganondorf. That's how it is. Unless you glitch the game. This was another one I chose not to stream. I spent a good, like, 150 plus hours on my own time. Just enjoying it. Enjoying the scenery.
You are not alone.
Link.
This was also the game that made me not update the software. Just to make sure I could duplicate items. Because the game had a very big glitch that let you easily duplicate monster drops. So you could upgrade armor faster. Alright, we jump back here. Tears of the Kingdom. What a game. This is close to video game perfection. I stopped streaming for a month because of this game. Literally touched no other game while I was playing this. Story, I think this, out of the Zelda games, this probably had one of the most beautiful endings. It was a really good ending in the final fight. As you get to Zelda. When you see all the geoglyphs and find the dragon tears, I spent half the game praying that we would get a good ending after I saw that storyline. It honestly makes Breath of the Wild feel like it was a beta version. There is so much for you to do. The towns are more fleshed out. Kakariko Village, the Hateno Village, the Lurelin Village by the beach is they all have great side quest lines, but they feel a lot more alive. The shrines feel a lot more inventive. Like you can try out a lot more things to beat them. I love that they made a good connection between the surface and the depths. If you don't know where a shrine is, you can just explore the underground and it gives you the answer. The sky area really incentivizes you to try and build flying machines and vary. The Koroks feel more varied. They gave you Korok escort quests, but at some point those become a bit of a pain to do. Character-wise, Tulin is my boy for letting me speed horizontally instead of vertically. I gotta be honest. Tulin is my boy. But all of them get their spotlight, you know. I actually started Mineru earlier for me because I went to Farron in the middle of the thunderstorm and I started that quest line before the main storyline. I actually went there while there was a thunderstorm. It's a great ally. The only character I didn't like was Yunobo. He kind of got shafted in the story, the way they treated him, and even as a spirit, he kind of gets in your way sometimes, as you're trying to pick up items. The music is, as usual, breathtaking, matches each one of the areas. The final climax music, I still remember it. It's been, what, half a year? Amazing. The graphics didn't change that much. It's the same milky kind of filter as Breath of the Wild, but it's very clear that the game is much more optimized. You don't go in the Korok Forest at 10 FPS anymore. They fixed that. So That's really great. They took great care to at least fix the frame rate issues. And then as for the gameplay, I mean, what is there to say out of everything there is? I mean, they took all the freedom of movement and action from Breath of the Wild and tripled it. There are literal articles from developers in other companies that say that they are surprised with the degree of freedom in this game. It's almost like a game that shouldn't exist for them. The moment they added the Zonai machinery and the fuse ability and the Ultra Hand ability, your freedom of movement went 10 times. Replacing the Guardians with Gloom Spawns is fucking horrifying though. I did notice the game has a bit of a shift in horror. With the Gloom Spots and the Gibtho being these beasts you can't just throw an arrow at. I like the slightly more serious shift tone. The tone shift. I think that this game is yet another boundary in gaming. When Breath of the Wild came out, that set the bar, and other developers tried to replicate it. You have the Gods and Monsters from Ubisoft. That shows that they know nothing about why Breath of the Wild was good, which was degree of freedom. It was not that it was an empty open world that you could explore. And I think Tears of the Kingdom set up another bar. I think that in the next 3 or 4 years, we're going to see some open world games with developers breaking their backs just trying to replicate what the Zelda team pulled off. And in the meantime, they're making another game. That's why Nintendo stays at the top. Would I rate this game a masterpiece? Yes. That is not even a question. This is the most freeing game out of all of them. And I'm gonna put this one ahead of Deep Rock Galactic. This is the masterpiece of the year. I absolutely loved Zelda. Made me stop streaming for a month. Made me stop playing any other game for a month. I dedicated a lot of time to this. I put in vacation time for this. Great game. Let's jump to... Oh, and shut that music down. We Were Here Forever. This game has a massive barrier to entry. You need a friend. This is not the first game in a series of games, by the way. It's just one we chose to play. Basically, you have two people and you have to cooperate by describing what you see to the other player to try and solve the puzzles that you see. It's a cooperative two-player game.
What has been foretold?
Welcome back, my friend.
And women bold have found...
There is an interesting story behind this about how there was a kingdom and you get to meet the king, the queen, and the daughters and the guards, and how there's this little, fuck, what do you call that little clown that... The clown that entertains the king. That clown. That clown is a motherfucker, basically. He's the villain of these games.
This keep lies freedom.
The Joker. Fuck it, let's call it the Joker. Yeah, we actually played this game. This was the second game in the We Were Here series that that we played. So we already had an idea of what to do. It's the story is very fleshed out. Here, you know, there are pretty good puzzles. Wait, yeah, actually this one is the last sequel, right? We Were Here Forever is the last game. Yeah, so we played this one second. Compared to the previous one we had played, this had a lot more about story. It was more engaging. The different puzzles connected more to the story and gave you information about the characters. You have an entire puzzle dedicated to understanding how a resistance was formed within the kingdom, and who the members of that resistance was. So I really like that they knit the story more tightly to the puzzles. There was actually a bug in this game, though, that we accidentally exploited that let us skip an entire sixth of the game. We skipped an entire chunk of it, which was a shame. The characters are just pretty much us, right? You and the player. So the barrier to entry is that you need a friend to play this, which is a massive barrier to entry. Graphics, cheap. Potato PC will run this. This is not a problem. Damn, bolt of this scum mods kill him. The music, there wasn't much of music in this game. I like the little jingle when you complete a puzzle, like dun 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 dun, something like that. And gameplay, I mean, the gameplay depends on cooperation. With these types of games, it's puzzles and cooperation and communication. I think they're a neat two-player game. If you want to spend like 8 hours, let's say, 8 hours with a friend solving puzzles, depending on how clever and how quickly you can solve these. I think this is a solid B to the entry. I'll place him over here. Why not? Now then we move to an actual prequel, which was We Were Here Together. This was actually the first time me and my friend tried to do a cooperation game here. And this one did not have as much focus on the story, at least we didn't care about it as much. Yeah, you open up like this, there's someone asking for help. We're two people in what feels like an Arctic land. We need to find out who this person is, we gotta go and help them. So there's a whole puzzle just to get to the garage and unlock that truck. We run, we find this abandoned mine, and we see that flare of a person calling for help. We get into this house. And we gotta solve a lot of puzzles that, some of which are actually time-based or your friend dies. Oh, that's one of the last puzzles with the plants. So it's again another escape game.
But I need your help.
Now this one is also not the first game in the series, but for us it was the first introduction to the clown, the villain of the game. But there isn't a lot in story in this game compared to the other one. I think this one is really simple. I mean, again, music, graphics, the story is decent, and I like the plot twist that existed at the end of the story, which I later found out it's common across all the games. But I think this one is definitely less. The sequel really improved on that. So this one is more of a solid C, I would say. I would put this as a higher C, right here. Whereas the sequel is a B. And now we're gonna close off with Wildfrost. Wildfrost, oh boy. This is another roguelite. We're ending it with a roguelite. A card-based roguelite, so I thought of this in the same sense of Slay the Spire, of Monster Train, but don't let this cutesy art style fool you. This game is fucked up. This game is difficult. Yeah, you get all sorts of different decks and you can work on shields, you can work on spikes. Have card roguelites been getting popular recently? Yeah, in the past couple of years a lot of card roguelites have popped up. Slay the Spire kind of set the bar though, and it's difficult to get there. I've played a fair share of roguelites this year, but Wildfrost takes the cake if you're looking for difficulty. Dear fucking God. This roguelite is the hardest one I've ever played. It's your typical deck building roguelite, but the cards, basically you play a card on the field and it takes like 3 turns to charge an attack. And when they have someone in front of them, they attack and they need 3 turns to charge. Because you're playing a card game that involves charging turns, you have to predict many turns ahead of the fight, right? Or the slightest mistake kills your run. The problem is that you don't know the enemies that are gonna come up until you've already pretty much laid out the cards on the field. It's unforgiving almost to the point of being ridiculous. If you miss any detail, including details you've never seen before, it's GG's. It's GG's. Now, the story, there isn't much about it. It's more about surviving the frost and understanding its origins. I didn't really care. Characters. I wouldn't focus on the characters in this game. I would focus on the factions. You have 3 factions you can pick from, and you start with the first one, which is you use ice to freeze enemies' turns, so you get more turns to charge. That one you very quickly get attached to, because it's so good. Then you see stuff like Shave Masters, where you sacrifice your own units to get more power and faster turns. It's a bit counterintuitive. And the third one, instead of ice, uses ink, which does pretty much the same thing, to be honest. It just freezes them. Music. God, the music during the boss fights is all about pressure. And for graphics, I've already said, do not let the cutesy looks of this game fool you. This shit is tough. The game is unforgiving. The game... And there's a problem. The game feels like it has variety, but some builds kill all others. Especially shell builds. Shell... Basically, in this game you can pick a shell build, which acts as shield. Before your HP gets depleted, you lose shield. That's by far the most reliable, more than anything else, so you will inevitably land on an ice shell build. It's always going to be that. And that's the closest thing that got me to the end boss after 30 fucking attempts. Isaac has a cute art style, and that's just used for the most gory, brutal body horror ever. Wow. I wouldn't say this is average. This is a good game, it's just very difficult. So I think that it's... I'm gonna put it next to Cobalt Core. And I'm gonna put him above Cobalt Core, praising its difficulty. Cobalt Core is the roguelite that's super easy, and this one's super hard. But they both deserve a B for different reasons. And that was my 2023. God damn, 40 games. I don't think I'm gonna play as many games this year because I'm gonna be 2 months off stream. Because I'm gonna be on finally some big vacations. And I'm gonna be out of the country for 2 months. But that's between March and May. We're still gonna play plenty until then. I think this was a pretty great year. And 2024, we have plans for this year gaming-wise. You're gonna try to be here more. I appreciate it. We got plans for this year, absolutely, and I'm just gonna, in passing, mention them. I have a list of games that I'm looking forward to. Let's see here. There we go. I think tomorrow I'm gonna start Cyberpunk 2077. So we're gonna start off big, with a big game right off the bat. I have Elden Ring already purchased, but that is when I get 150 followers. It's kind of like a target metric before I play that game. And I think it makes sense because DLC is still coming up for that game anyway, so I'm not in that much of a hurry. Games coming up this year that I'm interested in, even without a Nintendo Direct. We don't have a Nintendo Direct yet, and we should get a Pokemon Direct in February and a Direct in March, as usual. You're the Dark Souls guy, you will do elitism, gatekeep, and girl boss. Oh, I'm sure the DLC will take time. I trust From Software to do a good work. Really? I was expecting this year. Oh well. I mean, if I play Dark Souls, at some point it's gonna be after Elden Ring, because it will be my first Souls-like experience if when I play Elden Ring. And I decided to go with the most acclaimed one to get a good first impression of Souls-likes. Other games. There's one I'm not gonna stream, which is the Ace Attorney trilogy. Like I said, I purchased the first trilogy expecting the second one, comes out on the 25th. Tekken 8, I'm on the fence if I'm gonna buy it, because Tekken 7 had like 12 or 15 DLCs. So if Tekken 8 is gonna have DLCs, fuck that. Pal World. Pal World comes out around mid-January. Think Pokemon in the Minecraft universe, but it's not blocky. It's actually 3D. I'm gonna play that shit, I'm gonna stream it, and it's probably what I'm gonna stream all the way until mid-March. Pal World is... I have faith that game's gonna be insane. We have in March... Oh, that comes out when I'm on holidays. Yeah. Rise of the Ronin. I'm probably only gonna play that when I get back in May. I got Black Myth Wukong that comes out in August. And then I have 4 more games for 2024 that we don't have dates. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, or Budokai Tenkaichi 4, I want to play that. Frostpunk 2, gonna play that. Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silksong, because I'm still believing that it comes out in 2024. Which is probably not true, but it's on my list. So yeah, all of this without even a Nintendo Direct or some Pokemon spin-offs. There are some ROM hacks I'd like to try. Drayano is working on Aurora Crystal. I don't know if that's coming out this year. There is one which is called Pokemon Legacy, where they took Kanto, Johto, and Owen, all 3, and made them in the art style of Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Kinda interested to check that out. No Ace Attorney. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's easy to stream a visual novel, to be honest. I mean, I played the first 3 games on my own time because it was my 5th time playing them. There was no surprise there. And I think that it's kind of hard to play them. I mean, I don't do voices in general, so every man and woman would have the same voice as I narrate them, which is why I just decided, I'm just not going to. And it's not like they're new games anyways. A lot of people will have played them. The people that care about these games have played them. Still waiting for Crystal? Yeah, I'm still waiting for that one. And the Legacy Edition. So yeah, all of this, and we don't even have a Nintendo Direct yet, so my wallet is already suffering, and it's probably gonna cry a lot more. We'll see what happens in February 1st, because you usually get a Pokemon Direct around February, and then a Nintendo Direct in March. I'm excited for that. But yeah, the first, for 2024, you will see me in the first trimester, January, February, until mid-March I'm here. And then I'm taking 2 months off. I come back mid-May. And then again. So we're probably not gonna play 40 games again in 2024. We're gonna play a lot less. Let's just hope that the ones we play are good. I think our 2024 lineup looks already strong with Cyberpunk 2077, now that it's finally finished. And with Elden Ring maybe in the horizon. We've got some stuff. Anyways. That's my list. It's the only correct answer in the world. So, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed this longer than usual stream. I'm gonna be live tomorrow at 6 PM Central European Time. We're gonna keep it standard again. I'm gonna stream more frequently again. I took 2 weeks off, I know. Christmas holidays. But we're gonna be back streaming, and I want to start Cyberpunk 2077. That's probably what we're gonna do tomorrow. And I want to include at some point some Pokemon game. I have yet to play Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness or Colosseum, for example. So, who knows? That'll probably get added to the lineup as well. Once again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Bye!